Hello everyone, I'm Andy Law and welcome to LAWhammer.
Very good. Very professional.
So I have a couple of things to say before we get started because we're transitioning this week. We are moving from book three through to book 4. And if you have watched all of our early discussion about what we were going to be doing with our version of The Enemy Within, you'll be aware that we're transitioning from largely the books as were presented with some total crazy added on top to entirely new territory because our version of the Horned Rat isn't going to be the same as the printed one. It's going to be in places, not just different, really different. So be aware of that should you be out there leafing through books going, I wonder if they'll do this bit. The answer is probably, yeah, nah. Yeah, nah. I'll also say, though, that the version that we're going to be playing through is not going to be the version that Graham and I built. That's largely because our version of the, let's say, printed book is going to be dialed up to 11. All the way back when Graham and I were designing The Enemy Within, exactly what we were going to be doing with it, we built a pretty big plan for what the Horned Rat would be because Graham was very keen to get this book in place because it had been advertised some 20, 30, 35 years earlier and never came out. And he was super, super excited to actually finally get to grips with doing the Horned Rat. I, obviously, had a lot of ideas too. His version was very Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 1, and my ideas were very Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay everything else. And we had big, long chats, and we bounced ideas off each other, and eventually landed on a plan. Graham would write the book, and then I would come in and write the book too, taking everything that he'd done and adding all the extra Warhammery details that had been added since he was last working in the studio for Games Workshop. And that was quite a few years ago. I won't say exactly how long because Graham is a young man at heart. But as many of you are aware out there, I didn't do that particular job for reasons that are not worth discussing here. But I still have in my head all of the stuff that we discussed. And we are going to be using an enormous chunk of that for this version of our playthrough. So I am giving you the clear transition warning that we are moving from largely The Enemy Within you expect with lots of craziness added to not The Enemy Within you expect with lots of craziness added. Because as you know, we at LAWhammer like to dial it up to a bit daft at places. So that's number 1. It's going to be fine. Horned Rat's going to be ace. Number 2. There are now over 300 hours worth of us gabbering away online. And you have watched it for over 500,000 hours. I would just like to say, bloody hell, I did not expect this. 500,000 hours worth of views are up there just now on LAWhammer, which means that there's an awful lot of you that have managed to reach this point. So if you've reached this point right now, whether you're watching live right this very second, watching it perhaps on the Monday review, watching it perhaps a month down the line, 3 months down the line, 5 months down the line, thanks. You rock. You're the best. The fact that you've reached this far is just awesome. But it does...
Not you, Hawk.
It does leave me with a request. First, thanks so much. But... if you've reached this far, there's clearly something that has interested you. Whether it's me shouting, doing really bad accents, perhaps it's one of the characters and there are crazy quirks. Maybe it's just watching our version of the story, its ups, its downs, its explosions. We're going to be getting to that very soon. Whatever it may be, there's clearly something that made you go, this is awesome. Because 300 hours, holy crap. It's a lot of time. Now, we've been playing through it and having the time of our lives. And obviously, given all the comments, there are many of you that have been doing the same in your own way, watching it, having the time of your life, seeing how it's all unfolded. But I do now have a request. Whenever you are, whether it is today, whether it is a few weeks, whether it is several months, or even years from now, if you are listening to this, hearing Andy warble, go out there and tell someone why you think we rock. Why you think that 300 hours of your time has not been wasted. Why you think that those 500,000 hours worth of views is an expected outcome. We adore you for coming this far, but please do share it with someone else. So Doesn't matter who it is, whether it's someone else who loves Warhammer, whether it's just one of your friends that you think might be interested in it, whether it's just, I don't know, you might be someone who has a large following on some social network somewhere. Click through to our first episodes, drill some people in. It will make an enormous difference to us. And just to end on that one, thanks so much for watching this far. It's just been awesome. Right, okay, that's all my chat. We have some other pre-chat to get to. But before we do the pre-chat, I would like to do a little bit of game chat. Let's get you some XP.
Yay!
Because everybody loves a little bit of XP. Okay, so experience points. Now, obviously, you got fate points at the end of your less explosive session. And then Andy went away.
Sorry, Andy.
And some new characters came in, and they made some really good choices that are going to significantly impact how this episode begins. So, that being the case, we successfully saw off Dagmar. Nobody died. We also successfully shut down the cult down below. That gate didn't open. It's a rare example where I'm going to say publicly, I'm going to admit it to your faces, you got the best outcome.
That's
never happened
That's literally never happened before.
It's never happened, Andy. It's never happened.
But then what did we do the next week?
No.
Take the W,
Different.
right?
It's
Come on.
different.
No, the players.
I just want to say, well done. A combination of rash and good choices, really good dice rolls, combined with clever use of fate points, has left us in the perfect place come the end of Power Behind the Throne.
And for us, that's the first time in 30 years
Yep.
that we've ever got the best outcome in anything. Ever.
30 years coming.
I feel really proud.
I am actually slightly surprised. Generally, whenever I sort out the potential outcomes, I will lay out about maybe 10, 15 different potential outcomes and where it could land. And one of them will be, if they hit this, that's extraordinary. It's really unlikely, but I like to have thought through that potential outcome should they do it. And you did. So that being the case, I'm going to give you 300 XP.
1,000.
300 XP.
That's so generous.
Yes.
Ed, personally,
Yes.
would like to sacrifice 20 of his XP
Uh-huh.
to Dan as an MVP, and considering he pretty much saved our asses. So you can get another 20 from me.
Thank you so much, Ed.
You're
You
welcome.
can have 20 from me too.
And from me.
Oh, now I have to start adding it all up. Just Ed. It's a perfect gesture just from Ed.
Well, if we all do it, then
I
it's
get
100.
100.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I don't want to
That's
pressure Sage
No,
into it.
Sage shouldn't, because Sage has spent a fate point too.
So I-
It's only
okay.
80.
I get 80.
Can I? Are we doing short-term memory?
Yeah, so let's,
Steal
before
the
we
fate
dive into
points.
other things, cover a couple of things. Number one, has anyone completed their short-term ambition?
Me.
Oh, yes. What have you
I
done?
saved the graph.
You did indeed save the graph?
Sage
Yes.
Dispelled
Yes.
a Dagmar spell.
Yes.
I think I did several.
You earned it. Anyone else?
I had headshot Dagmar, but I don't think I did that.
No, I don't think
I
you did.
just shot him.
And
Yeah.
I didn't get to dismember him. I'm very disappointed.
I'm a little bit disappointed as well.
We also got our party one.
Which was?
Thwarts Dagmar's plan.
Yes, you did. 100% sorted. So that's another 50 XP too. This is a haul. This is quite the haul.
I'm going to spend it all on dodge.
And while I'm going to give them a little bit of extra time because they're obviously going to want to try and expend their XP before they get blown up. I'm also going to say that it is Lindsay's birthday.
Yay!
It's a birthday stream! It's a birthday
Do the
stream!
song, do the
So,
song.
happy birthday to you!
Oh, no.
Happy birthday, dear Lindsay!
I'm pretty
Not
sure they
Alabama
copyrighted
wise.
it.
Happy birthday to you! So, that's our birthday call out. And now I'm going to pass over to the currently looking at his computer screen, not quite ready to be called out, Andy Leask.
Gaming the system.
Because there is a stream coming up this Saturday, which I think you should all be aware of because it's going to be super freaking awesome. So I'm going to pass you over to Mr. Leask.
Hello. So yeah, this week on Inside the Rookery, we have a couple of guests we've had on before that are kind of returning, our feathered friends. We've got Jendaya Gammon and Gareth L. Powell, who are both authors. You may have read either or both of their work. And as well as being authors under their own right, they've just begun a new venture. They're making their own kind of publishing imprint. And they're currently crowdfunding for the first anthology they're going to put out. And there's like 30 different authors, loads of people in there, like Adrian Tchaikovsky, another friend of the show, lots of other kind of authors kind of involved in that. So they're going to come on, they're going to talk a little bit about how to kind of actually get started in sort of self-publishing, and also how do you assemble an anthology of all those kind of different voices in kind of one place and yet make it kind of coherent. So that's tomorrow, what's that, the 3rd of August? 7 o'clock UK time.
Sure.
And if you want to check out their stuff, Stars and Sabers is the name of their publishing imprint. So hopefully you can join us tomorrow.
Google Stars and Sabers and you'll get a good idea of what's going down. The show has already got its link up over on YouTube, so if you want to go check out Rookery Publications, you will see the upcoming show over there. So we're not just doing that though, because you might not be aware, but there's a game called Dark Deeds coming. I may have mentioned it once or twice. It's no longer just coming. It's actually at Gen Con as I'm talking right now. There are copies over at Modiphius's booth, which apparently has a number that I forgot. It's 3,000 and something.
3053.
Oh, wow. Wow.
3053.
Go over to booth 3053 because obviously you're going to be watching this and not doing all of your fun, exciting Gen Con things. But regardless, Dark Deeds is about to come out. It's not being shipped out to the UK yet or Europe, but it is getting shipped out from the US at the moment. So you can go and order it right now. And if you're US located, it'll be sent to you pretty damn sharpish. So you should do that. But not only that, if you do want to know a little bit more about the game, because we now have a new map cam here. It's currently sitting up above our table. You may have noted that we haven't been using maps lately, and the reason for that was because our camera was rubbish, and I really disliked it. And I did try out at one point replacing it with just doing still shots, but that was so much work, I swore never to do that again in my life, ever. It took like several days just to sort out a single stream's worth of images. Yeah, nope, not cool. Did not like. So we've been looking for a good replacement, and we have one. And if you want to see that camera in action, Lindsay's about to tell you where you can. Bing, bing, bing.
Join us next Wednesday at some time. Andy will tell me in a second because I've forgotten.
It's 8:30.
8:30
UK time.
UK time, where we will be doing a live unboxing of Dark Deeds, which, as Andy says, you can find at Gen Con right now. Thank you so much to Chris Pramus, one of our dear friends at Green Ronin, who went round to the booth yesterday and sent me a load of pictures of the game and him. So thanks, Chris. You are a legend. But yeah, join us next Wednesday, 8:30 GMT. Or British summertime, whatever time it is just now. Well, we will be doing a live unboxing with Mapcam.
It's going to be awesome, largely because we're going to get to play with the Mapcam and actually see how well it works, and that's going to be awesome. But beyond that, we're also going to be joined by Mark Gibbons, one of the artist for the game, and our bestest bud. And we're going to be going through what it's like opening up the game. Well, Lindsay's going to be opening it up. She is the hands that Mapcam will be looking at. All right. I think we're in a good place. Are we ready to suffer the repercussions of last week's adventure? Yes?
Should we get a party short-term ambition before we start?
I think that might be a good idea.
Survive
Survive.
explosion.
It's never survived. That's never a short-term ambition.
I was thinking find Dagmar and down there.
Or
Because we
Do
know
we
we're going
want
to
to find
reunite
that
with Marguerite.
Yeah.
reunite with Marguerite.
Margarita might be a better option.
Yeah.
Yes.
Potentially shorter term.
Yeah, reunite.
MVP in this corner.
Yeah, you're doing so
Yeah.
well.
I need to
That's a good
stop
one.
trying to do so.
Okay,
well.
and if anyone wants to do themselves their own personal short-term ambition,
Oh,
now's the
yeah,
time
shit.
to organise that.
So
Get some
I
elf
definitely won't get it today, but to
Mhm.
return to the Silver Flame, the underneath one.
Yeah, good one. Like
Get some elf arrows. I want those elf arrows.
That has been your short-term ambition many
On
times.
and off, yeah.
I think
Anything else?
I might attempt a fan cut one more time, like a proper one.
Love it. And not just a fan cut of our show. An actual thing.
But
that
if you
she
want to
would be
make
doing.
that, that's fine.
I'm not too sure I want to see a fan cut of our show.
Are you going to cover the last week's what we were going to get if we made a good plan?
You're
we
going
find
to be
out if
doing
it's a
that.
good plan,
You're going to
yeah,
find
yeah.
out about that
Okay,
in a
cool.
moment. Okay.
Cool.
Now, before we start the episode, there is a couple of things that we need to organise before we light that fire, so to speak. Number one, Andy.
Oh, fuck. D10, right?
He's about to roll a d10 to determine how close he is to the... Now, if you didn't watch last week's episode, so it's currently sitting at episode 44.5 in terms of our numbering. We've got a bunch of other side streams that will be going up relatively soon that fill up all those other little numbers because they all happen before that episode and it all goes... If you didn't watch that episode, seriously, go watch that episode. We have a lot of side streams, Tales episodes, where we dive into individual characters or take an alternative view of what's happening to the overall plot. This one, 44.5, I would argue is close to essential. If you don't watch that, you will not understand what's about to occur. In this particular case, Andy is rolling a dice to see how close his PC is to an enormous explosion.
And just to add, also, you won't know why we're so angry with Ed.
Angry?
It's
Nonsense.
the best. We love it.
Disappointed.
Right.
Not angry.
No, right. So, hang on.
Ed,
You'll
I'm
get your
proud.
moment to talk in a moment.
I'm proud
Let's get
of
this
you.
first.
And we don't get to talents
No,
or anything.
nothing
just
affects
rolling
this. It's a
D10.
D10
See
roll.
what it is. Go
1
on.
is bad, 10 is good. 4 is bad. Oh, 4 is bad. Okay, good. It's not the worst roll. My wife got the worst roll. She rolled a 3 last week. So,
We rolled a 2.
Yeah, and it got added to it.
if you have missed that episode, I have a very small introduction to what occurred there. Spoiler warning. The palace where they're all staying in explodes. And they've all rolled a die to see how close they were to said explosion. Some of them are very close to it, and I'm pointing currently at Alamanawai. Some of them are pretty goddamn far away, and I'm now pointing over at Birdie. She rolled a 10 on her roll. Alamanawai only rolled a 3. But, before we dive into exactly what happens to everybody, I'm going to pass over to somebody who I feel may have something he wants to say.
hello. Right. So, here's the thing. You said something really nice, really lovely to all the people watching, which is lovely. Well done, Andy. I like that. Lovely.
Yeah,
Thank you, everybody. Oh, yeah, you've been really lovely and supportive and really nice.
Aaron, be ready to cut him.
No, Aaron, don't cut me. You don't fucking cut me. You zoom in on my face. The people need to see my face. Listen, sunshines. I'm talking to you, viewers. There's been some comments, some discordia in Discord. And you lot! You think it's been a week and I haven't calmed down, but I've been even raging more! So, he's changed his shirt. It's not the same week. He's probably chilled out. I bloody haven't. And if you have a problem with that, I swear to God, I will come round your house and I will drop D10's worth of my nuts on your face. Back to Andy. It's 7 nuts.
Oh, what a week it's been! So,
7.
It's just the amount of just. And then the last one you just cut. So yeah.
Half of these nuts. Well, that was certainly a thing. I say, welcome to LAWhammer. So I have a couple of things to say before we get started. First one, and one that I didn't get to say last week when everything went wrong and Ed brought down all of the power across Edinburgh, and he then proceeded to rant for an entire week. We are about to head into a potentially grim situation. So, if you are going to be upset about a lot of people dying, and potentially in an extremely grisly fashion, now is the time to say, yeah, I'm going to skip this episode. Hike it over towards the Discord channel. Yeah, see you later, Andy. Hike it over towards the Discord channel.
If I don't play.
And ask everybody else exactly what happens through the course of this episode. This episode's also going to be mostly random, so I don't know how pretty much everything's about to unfold. So this is going to be one where the entirety of the politics of the Empire could shift significantly through the course of the next hour or two in terms of the LAWhammer presentation of it. So I have no idea where this is about to go either. It's going to be super fun. It's going to be fine, but there is one big question that the players in particular have been bugging me about now for almost 2 weeks, and that is fate points. Yeah, fate points, because before the fated episode 44.5, I gave a potential for fate points, and that fate points would be down to how good the plan was. Not whether it was executed or not, not whether it went boom, which by the way it did, or not. It was just how good was that plan? How likely was that plan to come off? So I have a couple of
100%.
answers in this one. Number one, Andy gets a fate point.
Oh.
Because it's not his fault what happened.
Yes, it is. He wasn't
Thank
here.
But if it's not his fault, then he shouldn't get the fate point. Because I'm so confused.
The mercurial mind of an Andy. Andy gets a fate point because it would be unfair.
Teacher's pet.
Because I'm almost certainly going to need it.
Because he's almost certainly going to need it. In fact, yeah, Andy's in trouble. That's one. But the other one is your plan. How good was it? Right, so I have a couple of points to make. Number one, would the palace have gone boom with your plan? No. It went boom because there was already barrels of explosives beneath it.
Mm.
The barrels that were moved there were enough to blow and then blow, though. They blew through the wall and blew the ones underneath there because the dwarf had been priming this for some time. So the plan wasn't effective at blowing up the palace, but it did.
But it did.
But it did.
Yes.
But it would never have blown up the entire palace if it wasn't for the dwarf's extra explosives that were already there. So one person knew and was aware that it would go, but the rest just didn't.
But we believed.
We built
The
it.
plan to assassinate and move wasn't awful. It was a bit, let's say, made up at the last minute, which is exactly what the
Have you
plan
met
was.
us?
And then we've got the actual execution of it. The execution of it was a mixture of brilliant and, yeah, that didn't go so well then. Holy shit, Ed. Good times. So the question is, how am I going to lay out this particular potential set of fate points? Ed blew it up. So I'm going to give the fate point over to him. And he can spend it on anyone else but him.
Fuck.
Oh! Plot twist.
So, no, it's easy. You use it on Alaminawai
Yeah.
because she's got one for you. And then you basically each have an extra
Yeah,
fate
it's
point.
a deal. It's a deal. Deal? Deal? No.
You'll see how that
But
goes.
you get, fuck off. He's got lucky like 1,400 times, so an extra.
Oh, does that count? Does that count? Does the
Yeah,
extra one?
it
It counts for
counts,
lucky.
Ed.
Counts
It
towards
counts.
your
Counts for
luck.
luck. Yes!
Unless you
Okay.
have to spend it tonight. But
Yeah.
So the plan, I'm sorry to say, was not the best plan I've ever heard in my life. It was strongly supported by a bunch of chaos cultists behind the scenes, murderalizing their way across the city, making it effectively come to pass.
Was
But
Your
those-
component of it,
Hale's plan was to
I was gonna
hardly
say,
disfigure her.
Hale's component towards it was actually pretty decent. I mean, he gave it a good stab, but he also moved out. Yeah, quite.
I mean, it exploded a little bit.
Yeah, he did a little bit. So,
Just
I'm also going to give you a little, before we begin, a little denouement as to a couple of little things that occurred from that, without going into the storytelling side, just so you know. Number one, Hale survived.
yes,
He was blown away,
blown to safety.
but he survives. That's number one, blown to safety. Yeah, 100% blown to safety. Okay, so yay.
Hail to the ship.
Yeah, you did. Yeah. No, just
But it was
Steven.
all thanks to me that they blew up.
yeah. Good job. Good job.
Yay, praise.
Oh, do a terrible over here.
Everyone's favourite
Your ghost girlfriend.
necromancer.
Yeah, kid.
Yeah,
He's really into the space between someone's
Yeah.
shoulders and head.
he got pretty much.
A necromancer.
Ah!
He's had 7 days.
well done.
Thank you. Cheers. Yeah,
Very good.
you're welcome.
Take
He
the
has
fate
been
point
torn
away.
to shreds by the ghost of Boris, not Heinrich, because I lost it last
To
week.
shreds, you
Last
say?
week.
Boris's
Right.
wife, the ghost of
Boris,
Boris's wife.
the ghost of Boris's wife, exactly, which I just couldn't get out. Not Heinrich, because it was just ridiculous.
She could get out of the
Um,
window.
But that doesn't mean that he's not undead.
Oh, so he's still around.
I'm not saying he's still around either. I'm just not confirming one way or the other as to exactly where that one lands.
Just a voice on the wind. Swearing at us.
And
Yeah, Captain. Your poor.
Well, to be fair, you chose where my raven flew, so
Yeah,
that's your
indeed.
fault.
Yeah,
You
but
wanted
yeah,
to blood
so
me up.
dead. Shit.
Oh, you're saying you've been railroaded?
I've a total loss of player agency.
Toot toot.
Yeah, I'd also like to lodge a security inquiry.
And then finally our Hellstein.
Stab her in the neck. Good.
She's currently not dead. Whether that lasts for the rest of the day is to be seen. Cool. So now we know the.
Can we get an insight on how many sin points she accrued last week?
Oh, holy crap.
Yeah,
of them.
but they're never going to come to pass because she can't speak, so she can never pray again.
True.
Good times. So, with that all said,
I'd also like to lodge a steward's inquiry.
Steward's
that
inquiry.
For the first half, my plan was very different to the second half, so I had 2 plans on the go.
and they both landed so well. I'm so mean. And it was her birthday.
The person I
overthrow
was
the
supposed to
GM.
save was saved in the second part. The
Yeah.
plan was good.
Yeah, but that's not what you're getting the fate point for. You're getting the fate point for.
Blowing myself up. Yeah, that's fair.
I thought it was just for blowing myself.
Wow, it's going to be one of those nights.
Extreme
That much is certain.
I
So,
tried.
that all done, I am now going to pass over to the always marvellous Steward's Inquiry's favourite, Lindsay Law.
Hello. Would you like to join me, Andy Law, and Mark Gibbons on Saturday night where we're going to talk about humour in role-playing games? It is our 3rd episode of Inside the Rookery
Well done.
for Season 8, and it would be great if you could all come along on the Rookery server. The question thread is already up. If you're a patron and you would like to ask any questions,
open to
please
everyone.
submit it. It's open to everyone.
Absolutely.
But you should be a patron.
That's going to
But
be...
you should be a patron anyway.
Damn straight you should be. Now, so I'm going to be relatively blunt. There's a bunch of you out there right this moment watching. While you're watching, it's very easy to pop over to the Rookery server, link inside the Discord server, and ask a question about using humour in games. Because there's one thing that we do a lot here in LAWhammer, is laugh. Laugh at each other, laugh at the jokes that are in game, laugh at the jokes that are out of game, but generally we have fun, because that's the whole point of us getting around the table every week. And the number of questions that I've had asked of me about this, why do you think humour is important? How do you include humour? Do you think it's worthwhile at all? Is surprising. It pops up frequently in the Discord and elsewhere. So now is your opportunity, while you're sitting there listening to me warble on, wherever it is that you are in the world, hike it over to the Rookery server right now and ask just one question, just one each. Go on, you could do it, just one each. But if you can't do 3, you rock. Because the more questions we have, the more we can sit and mull about for tomorrow. And we'll be live tomorrow at 7 p.m. And if you're watching this much later, we were live like last Saturday or a few Saturdays back or whenever the heck you're watching this. But you should go watch that stream anyway because it's pertinent to Warhammer. So, that's that done. I think all I can say now is frickin' subscribe already. Go check our Patreon.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to keep that one short because I'm actually kind of scared that Ed's going to do something to the power grid. He's that keen to ensure that he doesn't blow up along with everyone else. So I think possibly, unless anybody here feels that there should be some other thing that we do before we begin,
Nope.
we are ready to light that fire.
Come on, babe.
Yeah? Okay.
Let's
do it.
do it.
Episode 45. It's not called this, but maybe it should be. Boom! For 2,500 years, the Middenheim lay at the very centre of the politics in the north of the empire. Over the course of that time, ranging from what was originally tribesfolk gathering around campfires, then huts, then more, slowly but surely, a palace was built on almost the highest point of the Fauschlag, the great rock at the far western side of the Middle Mountains, where the city of Middenheim grows. The palace, come 2512, is extensive. Now, this is where we drop out of imagining the game world to giving ourselves a real world analogy, because sometimes that's useful. Imagine Buckingham Palace. This is Warhammer. Yeah, nah. It's just not big enough at the frontage. It's a good 2.5, 3 times the size of Buckingham Palace at the front. It is a big palace, split up into 2 primary wings and a central wing. It's big. And it spreads downwards through another palace over there, the old Wolfen Palace. There, the Kralapalats off to the side, both of which are like tall towers. And then it's got 2 whole walls that separate it from the rest of the city. The inner wall around the core palace itself, then the outer wall around the entire palace grounds, which includes the Knights Panther compound, which includes Middenball Fields, more than one, includes the gardens, the royal gardens, which we've passed through multiple times and even done some potentially dastardly deeds, maybe even dark deeds. You should buy it. It's available right now. I did a plug in the middle of the show. Dark deeds! I even have it here. Dark deeds! Okay, right, enough of that. Involving Sigfeder and stabbing some cultists and various others.
I remember that.
And that was in the palace gardens inside the primary walls. And on the 11th of Nachgeheim, that 2,500 years worth of building was about to suffer significantly. This is not the first time that the palace in Middenheim has been attacked. Perhaps the first time it's going to go through this. 2 days after the carnival. And those great walls make the palace appear impregnable. Nothing could surely get to that. But unbeknownst to them, a dwarf had been undermining the place for some time and had been stacking explosive after explosive. The sewer system, the sewer system for the palace is separate to the sewer system for the city until the dwarf got her hands on it. There were parties that were going to stop her until they realized what she was doing. Yes. Yes, said the parties, as they watched the dwarf mine her way through into the under area of the palace and start to stack up the explosives. Unbeknownst to the dwarf, her secret observers replaced some of those explosives. Because, hey, it's what they like to do. Which means that there is going to be a somewhat random element to this explosion. Because there's warpstone in it.
Yay. Tasty.
Uh-oh! Uh-oh!
I still regret nothing.
Uh-oh. So, let's take through where everybody is approximately. On the morning of the explosions. Alamenwife, let's start here. She is in the royal apartments of the royal princess, fast asleep.
Funny.
And when outside, the explosion erupts from the Hellstein Manor over on the Graf Palats on the other side of the palace walls. She immediately hears that and feels the onrush of air as the concussive blowout from it hits the windows, smashes them, and glass smashes across the room and into the heavy curtains. Alamenwife's eyes prick open. On the outside, a knight who'd been on the balcony has been knocked over and passed through one of the windows. Knight on the inside, immediately shocked, comes running over towards the bed. Birdie and Gerhardt are in Gerhardt's apartments, and they are still drunk. They have been up most of the evening discussing what it means to be a noble. And it's a somewhat scattergun approach to the conversation, because Birdie has recently been sworn into the Knights Panther. Oh, there's so many fun side streams for you all to see soon. Panthers! and Gerhardt took it upon himself to provide some good noble lessons. This is what it means to be a noble. This is what it means to be a noble. The conclusion of that was a lot of alcohol was drunk. Gerhardt passes out in his bed. He's been given 12 rooms for his apartment.
It's 11.
He's been given 11 rooms for his apartment.
Go home, Andy. You're drunk.
It's so much worse.
It is.
Pauper
that 12th room. Birdie originally passes out over on one of the chaise lounge, and then later on in the evening creeps into bed with Gerhardt and passes out behind him. Outside, a huge explosion goes off at the Hellstein Manor, and they snore through it. They snore through it.
I think it's safe to say
The concussive blow, when it hits the palace, hits the opposite side of the palace to where they are, 1 whole floor below where you are as well. Literally nothing more than a big boom to you. Father Leopold, slightly different place.
Hi, Father.
Hi, Father Leopold. Ooh, he's been on the drugs. The High Father, quite literally his title, High Father Leopold, is preparing for Festag because it is Festag. He is preparing to head off towards the temple. He intends to pop over there in a couple of hours, and equally has got his own apartments, significantly smaller than the ridiculous 11 rooms, not 12, that have been given to Gerhardt.
So far
But
bigger than
nevertheless,
he needs.
so big that he has been quite overcome by it all. He was praying when off in the distance he hears the boom and feels it thrumming through his feet. He's down on the bottom floor at the back of the palace, enough to make him immediately go, huh. Now, has he encountered weirdness and big booms and oddities ever since he's become a seer? Yeah. Which is his first problem. He's not sure if it's real or not.
That is always the problem. Yeah.
So he does the most obvious thing, he asks. And quickly finds himself on a host of rather half-panicked servants who have also all heard it, because apparently somewhere out in Middenheim, a riot has broken out. That's their first belief, which is immediately enough for the good father to go, riots, maybe I should do something about this, because that's just the kind of guy he is.
Maybe I should insert myself into this problem and pour some oil on that fire.
I'm a Sigmarite, I can fill deer. But one thing that the High Father has learned is that possibly he doesn't always have the right first steps. So he does something which he has taken to doing of late. He decides to roll some bones. Because he's got Ranaldin bones, and that is absolutely definitely correct for his type of praying.
Both?
Not yours. Hang on,
Might
where's my
have
handgun?
By comparison, Umi, also in ambassadorial royal apartment inside the same palace, is fast asleep and deep in dream. She is dreaming of a great gate opening and a spillage of entities. Since she has come to the Empire, and she has become more and more aware of how the Empire shows certain demonic attributes, she has begun to wonder if it's the same sort of demons that are back in Nepal. Because she has seen the illustrations, she has seen what they look like, and they are nothing like the entities that are here. And this has been interesting her, which has apparently influenced her dreams. And her dreams show that they are the one and the same, apparently. Wearing faces and guises, forced into those forms as they enter the material realm, by the very place where they are, and given different form by those who come to them. In fact, she can even hear one of her family members, all 2,000 years old family member, a once sister to one of the emperors who has never died, sitting there praying and forming them into certain forms so they can be more easily slain, and the demons themselves fighting against this. She sits on watching as an almost passive observer, moving between the slow motion fights as the demons come out and a great cavalry charge pushes in. At the front of them, the emperor himself, whose horse lifts up into the air and dives straight into the heart of an enormous 200-foot tall demon. His sword going forward, his hair behind him.
Is he accidentally touching Barcool?
The sun lights up behind him, and blazing light tears down from the heavens, and demons melt before him.
Nice.
You take notes. Mentally, if nothing else. Outside, an explosion goes
Anyway, walks away from
at
it.
exactly the point when the sunlight goes and Princess Zume sleeps on. Elric's in a completely different position. He's pretty tired. He was up all night down at Valora's Forge, working away yet again at more of those blades, which he is just reaching the end of his first proper commission. And he's feeling pretty damn good about himself.
Doing shit.
He's been working tonk, tonk through the metal for some time and believes that he's doing well. He's also been on the receiving end of significant, what can be best described as moon eyes from Arthur concerning a certain Sume, whom he keeps asking
his
questions
wife.
about. That's enough for him to shut up.
In Middenheim, technically.
Awkward. He's
Is there
tired.
such a thing as putting your keys in a bowl? In the Warhammer world?
You're from Televic times. You should know.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let's wait a
I
minute
don't
on
have
the
keys, but...
You have keys.
Aye.
You're riding
And
crop.
then we have experience. Because Elric has often been on the receiving end of a massive onrush of actually. And it's either come from a mistake elsewhere in the college when he was there. And all of the various apprentices in the college had to deal with whatever was coming at them. Many of them just burst out with flame. Fortunately, most of the rooms in the Bright College have iron beds. Most of the material is treated so that it doesn't go on fire. Even the books are generally treated so they don't go on fire. But there's always a certain amount of embarrassment that comes hand in hand with your room going black. You have to scrub the whole thing down. Everybody laughs at you. They all claim you can't control yourself.
No eyebrows.
Yeah, quite. And yet again, all your hair is gone and you're completely tip to toe, balded out. And often your skin is bright red too. Everyone kind of laughs at you because you lose control. The college itself does this on purpose sometimes. They release amongst the apprentices a wash of actually so they can see how well they cope with it. And the younger ones, or the less experienced, which would be better because some of them come young, they've been there for a while, some of them come much later in years, up to 25. Don't do so well with that. And all the more experienced apprentices get to laugh at them. You've been on both sides. The laughter side because someone who was really full of themselves did not succeed that previous night, or alternatively on the receiving end of the laughter. And he's got quite a high level of pride, doesn't like that. It very much channeled him towards mastering his channeling in turn. And it taught him to channel instinctively. When great washes of energy come out, he's been taught to channel instinctively. And that is exactly where he is this night. And he's in the middle of a dream of, because apparently he can't escape it. He's working away at the hammer.
Just has a shit imagination, really.
As instinctually as the great wash of Axway is unleashed by the distant explosion, his brain, even though he's asleep, starts to twist it, turn it, and he immediately wakens up. And around him, there's a flickering of fire along the edges of the bed. There's a flickering of fire along the edges of the fireplace. Anywhere where heat gathers, it's beginning to move up. He, as a conduit of Axway, has gathered a lot of it to him without even intending to. And he immediately, let's see how well he does, channels towards the fireplace. Let's see how well he does. Channeling test, please.
0 successes, but with Aetheric Attunement, 3 successes.
Superb. As he twists round and throws it, fire flicks up across the runes on his arms. His eyes begin to burn slightly in their sockets. His eyebrows go up slightly too as he pushes and pushes. This hasn't happened since you left the college. You haven't had such an onrush of Actually until you, and then you hear the explosion.
You fucker. Is he going to think that he's done it?
Off in the distance. And he doesn't know what's happened. But he knows that there has been a push of Actually out from somewhere distant, and it's not local, so not something he's immediately concerned with. What he's immediately concerned with is what's here. This city is not known for having many bright wizards in it, which is probably a good thing. But he has an immediate concern if there's any apprentices out there, but they should be with their masters, so it should be fine.
There is one apprentice he knows of. His pal.
She's not an apprentice anymore. She's a full magister.
Okay.
So yeah, so that's Eberhard's sister. So yeah, she's fine. In terms of she should be fine. You've even been in the same buildings when both of you had to deal with one of those great onrushes of actually. But that small concern sits at the back of your mind. The primary concern is something has happened. Meanwhile, up with Alamenawaith, the Knights Panther basically take control. They immediately demand that Her Royal Highness attend with them because there could be a potential attack or something similar to endanger her. And within about 2 minutes, they're wrapped up in robes and getting bundled down to the vaults deep beneath the palace.
Alamenawaith will grab Barracle, as always.
Because that's where you want to be when there's going to be a bunch of explosives deep beneath
Barracle let you cut everything free, so
Just
the palace.
clever.
Cut the explosion.
Yeah, I'll just cut the explosion.
As the magic is falling under control, as you're all sleeping, as you're finishing off your, I wouldn't mind your actual rolls.
And
to
we'll
be
be
get.
safe down in the vaults. Best place for us.
Yeah, I mean, 8 successes.
Ah, sweet, that's a good roll too.
Nice.
As he looks down at the bones, and one of them topples for a moment and then eventually moves over to the cat's eye, as he looks at them and thinks, what does each one of these mean? There's particular configurations. They definitely mean something. It's different because the bones can't lie over each other. And he spends a certain amount of time trying to interpret it all because there's quite a lot of interpretation here. And he really feels like he could do with a book. Because there's a part of him who thinks he's making it up. You know how it is. Random dice. I mean, this isn't bones. And he looks at them and feels the rumble. Something else has happened in the city. Hears it. And outside he can hear the panic. And he can hear the people, they're all moving. It's not a riot. Apparently, the Hellstein man has gone up. It's an attack on the Hellsteins. Oh, could be the Tallbringers.
Could be worse.
As a certain amount of him goes, maybe I should be intervening in this one then.
I mean, the Hellstein, every Hellstein we've encountered has been a dick. So,
Meanwhile, the Hellstein in the party.
you mean a dick to you specifically? That's the where they killed you. Remember that?
Curls up and stretches as the thrum of the explosion moves through her. And her eye blearily cocks open, and for a moment she's certain that there's a Skaven over her with a blade, which is enough to get an adrenaline rush through her.
That'll do it.
As she immediately gets up and looks around, and that shadow blends into nothing more than shadow. As she's left looking around, she stumbles slightly to the side. Oh, you're still drunk. As you stumble slightly, pad around, there's a servant over there looking shocked. There's a naked woman in front of him. As he immediately turns around, Fatfla, sorry, as he turns around. You're making your way down below. The enormous demon has melted in front of you, collapsed, as your eyes wake up. Suddenly you're back in the real world, and it's a lurch where all the memories of the dream are really sharp. Like you were there, and now you've arrived in a completely different world. And there's a few moments of disorientation. As already the beginning of that dream is slipping, the middle of it's slipping, the end, the
My
melting
notes.
demons, and the notes are drifting into the wind. My notes! As another minor onrush of actually hits you. Another channeling test.
4 successes.
Sweet. Gerhardt, I'd like a willpower test.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
I'm sorry if this is a thing.
sorry now.
Yeah. Well, it's me. Oh, it's 52, so it's pretty in the middle.
How well's it
Ask
done?
For chill.
You truly show
5
yourself.
successes.
Oh!
Yes.
Just.
As Birdie twists round and sees Gerhardt's head going from side to side, and his eyes flicker open, and they are glowing red.
Oh no.
That's,
You just caught up.
Oh,
you.
no.
Any wayward apprentices?
And they are glowing red, and around him, the blankets are beginning to scorch.
Is the servant still there?
Over there, yep.
Help me put this out. Now.
As he goes, looks at you,
Don't
Look.
just stand there dithering, man. Help.
He says, put what out? It's a 4-poster bed, so
Look,
he can't see anything.
Just come over here.
As he comes over. And there is so he runs over for the wash bowl and splashes it all
Nice,
over
nice.
Gerhardt.
Oh, that was a chamber pot.
Hey Gerhardt!
Yeah.
Welcome to the drunk, awake world. Oh, your head hurts, but you also are quite drunk, so it doesn't hurt as much as it could do. And your mouth feels bone dry and furry, and someone's been burning matches, and you're wet. Wait a minute, you're wet. Someone's poured water all over you. That took a while for you to realise.
What? What is going on?
Boom! The entire palace goes up.
There goes a dice.
They're my dice though, so I'm okay with that. And that is when, if one was on the outside of the palace, you would see the entire centre section go up. A great mushroom cloud goes above that. A hiss of air as it evaporates. And steam rises in all sorts of directions, so much heat is generated in the centre. The smoke means that the crater will not be visible for about 10 minutes. And in that time, the entirety of the centre of the palace will be mostly gone, leaving a skeletal wreck on all sides, some of which is burning. One of the towers which holds up that part is collapsed entirely and falls inwards after the explosion. The top of the other bit literally flies upwards and lands in the Middenheim field almost 400 metres away. One chunk of stone flies outwards, arcs over one wall, another wall, down towards the Middenplatz, and hits the statue in the centre of it, glancing off the wolf that sits at the side of its nose, breaking it, and then crunching down on an unfortunate citizen who just happened to be walking past there.
Oh dear.
That is one example amongst thousands, because stone goes everywhere. Wood, in some cases, just evaporates. In other cases, splinters. The entire palace shudders. Over in the Grafplatz, most of the windows there go down. Both the Krala and both Palats on either side. If they've got any windows facing that direction, they go in. We all know what we've rolled for our individual. Are we fine or not? How far away are we? Now, Birdie and Gerhardt are far away. What are the dice you're going to roll? So, we've all got our number. We're going to take that number from 11 and roll that many d10s. That's how many high-end criticals you take.
Yeah. It's bad.
It's really bad.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah.
So, roll your dice, please.
4. Oh God, no.
What have you rolled?
26.
No, give me the individual numbers.
Uh,
Highest number first.
8,
8, good.
That's only
8.
3.
6, and 4.
8, 8, 6, 4, good. What's your highest number? What's your highest number?
Oh, you
4.
jammy git.
4! Shaw, she's such a rattle then!
Yeah, 4.
4.
I have a question.
Yes.
Can I use a divination reroll to reroll one of
Sadly,
these?
you cannot.
Not even just the 110 that I rolled?
Oh, I did give you a divination. Yeah.
Literally just done it.
And I gave you a fate point too, though.
And
I
it's
mean,
harder
if I
you
do
don't
reroll the
it.
10, my next one is a 7, so it's not going to make a huge difference. But no, that's
Yeah,
a 1.
yeah.
That's a 1.
You can re-roll it.
I mean, it makes further difference. Yeah, 7.
7, lovely. How do we do, Birdie?
4.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, okay, you've got...
Multiple 10s.
Oh.
A 9.
Right,
A 7.
the vaults beneath the palace collapse.
In the last moment, she'll throw herself over the princess.
Love it. Collapse.
Not under.
No. Protect her.
Basically
Closer to the
exploded.
explosion.
Yeah, but she doesn't know that.
That's fair.
Okay, so let's just be relatively clinical and go through each. Your number was?
4.
4. A large chunk of the palace lands on you.
Ow.
You're reduced to 0 wounds.
Ow.
You are knocked out. You have a broken leg. Crunch where it's
Double
landed.
ow.
Of course, you can spend a fate point if you wish to avoid the broken leg, but you currently have a broken leg.
I've only got 1 fate point.
You don't want to avoid the broken leg then. Crunch.
We could strap you to
There's
a
like
horse.
supernatural healing.
Yeah, I'll
I'll
be
fix it.
fine.
Yeah,
Unconscious.
no birdie shall grow another leg. Or
Hey, Father.
Yeah.
You're in the room. You're praying. You're getting up thinking, maybe I should. And then where you are, a huge chunk of the side of the room goes out. And the floor where you are goes down. You fall with it. Everything goes upside down. Flame hits the side of your face. Not great. You're reduced to 0 wounds. Your arm breaks.
Obviously.
Hold on,
Obviously.
Wait for
And
it.
your leg breaks.
Yeah.
And your
breast.
collarbone breaks. And roll a d10.
I'm absolutely spending a fate point. 8.
And your skull is fractured. As you then hit the ground, and then I roll for how bad this bit is. I'll let you roll that because that seems mean. Not doing. You can roll a d10. Just roll it.
8.
Oh yeah. As
Your dice are cursed.
I've been saying this for ages.
you land head
Hand them all back.
first into a piece of rock that's also moving, and then it goes crunch and finishes its movement on you. Are
Is it
you
just
spending a
little
fate
I'm
points?
point?
100% spending a fate point.
So
yes.
if we spend a fate point, you've got a choice.
Which?
You can be basically out, and you are going to be coming out in the other end fine, or alternatively, you can be up in the center of this mess, possibly trying to push your way out, possibly having to get out of multiple flares of floor, but you will still be able to interact. But you might also end up having to spend another fate point if it all collapses on you. I am warning you ahead of time.
I mean, I think I'll probably just be out.
Yeah,
because, yeah, like,
yeah, wise. Probably
yeah.
the wise choice.
yeah.
As it crunches and the big stone crunch and hits a chunk of wood and falls to the side, leaving you just to the side of that as rubble is falling down all
I mean,
around you.
that doesn't save all the other stuff that happened. does it?
You'll see. Hey, Gerhard, you got a 4. Oh wow. So you had a 4 as well, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just double checking that because on the second floor we have that. You're reduced to 0 wounds.
Okay.
The room collapses in itself. One wall just lands down on the bed, hits the bed. The bed takes a significant amount of that impact. But one chunk of the stone comes out, lands right on your belly, and goes in.
Oi.
It's a deep, deep wound.
Yes.
Might let the rockworm out.
It might let me know. That's
Which
literally what I was
might
thinking.
not be a good thing.
Fair.
So you've got a deep intestinal wound
Okay.
right inside there. Roll yourself 1d10 because if you roll an 8, something will
Oh,
happen.
it's real bad, is it?
Kind of wanted to be an 8.
Yeah, so do I. I just want to see. 7.
So-
Oh, so close.
Race it up for the fortune point.
Yeah,
Spin a fortune point. Yeah, spin out.
Make it an 8.
No.
Alien. No. You have a horrendous moment of looking down and seeing what appears to be half of a carved bit of wolf inside your body.
Right.
Its teeth half biting into the flesh of your belly. So, what does this mean mechanically? It means you have a very large wound in your belly, and it's one that's exceedingly likely to get infected because of where it is. No matter how it's cleaned, you stitch it up, it's still likely to get very infected. This is a wound that is likely to debilitate for time. But this isn't fatal. It's not fatal. This is just really freaking sore. This isn't fatal. So your choice is you can spend a fate point.
Yeah.
And you will not be debilitated. You will survive this, much like Andy. You won't be debilitated. Or alternatively, you can suffer the horror of that wound.
When you say debilitated,
Yes.
how there's a grey scale there.
Yeah, there is.
What do we like? As in, can't walk around?
Correct.
Okay. Right.
You might heal quickly, but
Yeah.
it's going to be slow. It looks like good old Dagmar down below is probably going to escape if you're suffering from that.
He's a
but
doctor,
depends
right?
how-
He would kind of know.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. Yeah. That's
Depends how low down Dagmar is. If he's not too low down,
Yeah.
he might
Crunch
also be dead.
as a chunk of the Faustschlag lands on him.
That would be.
I am going to be rolling for a lot of people, by the way. I don't know how they're going to survive. It's going to be fun. So, choice. I want it now.
I'll take it.
You'll take it.
I'm gonna take it.
Oh, do yourself an endurance test. This sucks.
Pass. Four successes.
Number of successes
Four
is important.
successes.
4 successes is what you need to stay conscious, which arguably is worse than being unconscious.
Okay.
Every second is agony.
I wish I was unconscious right now.
Why can't I pass out?
5 would have allowed you to go to sleep.
The agony. But the immediate awareness of the danger that you're in. The slightest movement of this could rupture one of your internal organs. You don't know whether they've been ruptured or not. Out of time, we know they haven't been because you didn't roll rupture internal organs. Okay. Everything's screwed in your body. But you need to get this out. Birdie, you're in a pretty bad state with a broken leg, aren't you? Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you're unconscious, so she's not going to be helping. How about the person inside this room? Oh no, he's dead. The wall that collapsed down to either side clearly just collapsed on him. You were saved from the worst of that by your bed. It landed on her as well. She's half sprawled underneath it. She looks dead, covered in dust tip to toe. What did you roll?
4.
Oh, you're on a 4 as well. Well, quite a few 4s. So third 4. You're at the back of the palace in terms of the overall explosion. Your room is not that badly affected. The room beside it is, because a tower landed on it. As it fell backwards and crunched in, and then crunches through half of your room also. And rubble bounces, spreads, a big, almost wave of dust splashes into you, causing you to twist as then a huge chunk of rock hits you in the head. Sends you reeling, spinning, and down to the ground. So, what have you got? Fractured skull.
Ouch.
Ow! Okay, so fractured skull is clearly not good news. You are going to be debilitated for some time because we have a fractured skull, which I think, that's not good. It's quite likely you'll get an infection if you keep this. And infections are often lethal. Generally lethal. And you clearly are not going to be wandering around with any ease. I can fix people. Yeah, you can fix people. You're totally fine.
Fix everyone.
It'll be fine.
Well, you have to survive first.
And given the nature of the wound, you will almost certainly fall unconscious, although you might pass your test because you do get a test. Okay. Or you can feet point yourself out of this.
Obviously, the crit probably remains, but if she were to pray in that moment, could she try and heal from the...
Nowhere near enough time.
Okay, cool.
It hits at an extraordinary speed. Just a crunch!
I know we're probably going to have to stay anyway because of these guys, but I just don't think it's worth keeping.
Yeah, okay. 1 fate point. As it hits her across the side of the head, sends her reeling, and she passes out. Your choices. Do you want to be up and active or just survive this incident?
just survive.
Yeah, wise move. She goes spinning, hits the ground, fortunately hitting the side of the bed, which cushions most of the blow as you go down, and then she slumps as half of the rubble of that wall collapses on top of her, covering her almost to her face.
Yay.
Wow! Okay, who's next? Hey, Ulrich. What would you roll?
I think it was a 2.
Was it a 2? Was it a 2?
Was it a 7?
I just hope. No, it was worse. It was an 8.
Ooh! Okay, I love this one. Oh, poor Elric.
I'm not spending a fate point. Spent enough.
Let's see. As he meditates and then to get rid of the last of the actually from the last one, comes out of it and then and it's beneath him. The room that he's in goes up. As does he. As he is flung separate to the room, which can be seen spiraling by one of the knights on the outside, who's like this, as he falls over and sees the room going, and Elric going over. Roll a d10, and we're going to use the pointy bit of the arrow to determine direction. It's basically a scatter die. If you roll that way, you're going over the wall and going down. If you go that way, you're landing in Middenheim, and that's basically 1 o'clock all the way around to, 12 o'clock for me all the way around. So let's see where he lands.
That way.
Okay, as he goes, whoa!
It's towards the college, and then the Celestials are flying about at the moment.
They're
and
going to
there's
catch you.
Sadly, no.
useless Celestials.
He's blown in that direction. The building crumps, lands on the side of the Middenball field, the room where he would have been in, as he himself goes flying over and hits a tower and slides down, dead.
I think he's okay. It's just like
Unless you have a spell that allows for flight.
Oh.
You do.
No, he doesn't.
What if flame breath? That's basically a rocket engine.
Yeah.
Would allow for him to guide his flight.
or melt the tower before you hit it.
Yeah.
He's a nice benefit point.
No. Bye, everyone. It's been a pleasure. Not you, Hawk. Fuck right off. This is all your fault. No, of course not.
So, how many hit points you got left?
I now have 2.
Oh, so it's not too bad. As the explosion goes off, the room is half disintegrated. And in his case, he does something that you can do if you roll critical.
Ooh.
Which is basically what this roll is going to do.
Oh, no.
Flip that flip that unit's die to a 2, and you've basically done what you do. As he then goes, oop, and as he goes, a cocoon of magic wraps around him, and he winks out into the realm of chaos.
Oh.
No, I did not agree to that.
It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine.
That seems
Don't
different.
roll 8.
I
For
didn't
those
roll
of
an 8
you-
at all.
For those of you good old Warhammer fans, he's just pulled the escape card.
Nice.
I can come back to
The
the
team
files.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Super fun.
We're already friends with you, man.
Cooler demons.
I might be regretting things now, guys. I said might. So, you know.
Excuse me.
Well, we got 2.
Well, I now know what happened to Boris.
Spent
Well,
3.
I hope Marguerite dies.
Shh. I now know what happened to Boris. I now know what happened to Katerina with you on top of her. Well, away you go. And Stefan.
Did you roll for Bottley? I just give her a smile.
I regret nothing. Right.
Is Stefan in the castle still? He got moved away, didn't he?
And to a different part
Move
of
to
the
a
castle.
different part of the castle.
Oh,
Yeah,
come
he's
on,
still in the
guys.
palace.
Yeah, I'm still under the wards.
You should know that the castle's going to get blown up and shift people out the way. Okay, it's fine.
It's a palace. I mean, there's no way that anyone can get to this place unless you've got a giant flying creature. And for the last so many hundred years, they've been training their wizards to fly to protect Middenheim.
If only they had gone the actual, let's see the future bright wizard.
Yeah.
Sorry,
They
Celestials.
Yeah.
No, they didn't, because they didn't conflate those magics. They didn't think they were the same thing. It wasn't until the good old bells
Also,
came along and
given he
said,
was-
you do know that air magic's exactly the same as looking into the future. And they went, shut up!
Yeah,
They went,
but-
no,
Our
Definitely
wizards
is.
fly though, so
That is called celestial magic. That is a Zir. That is what it does. You what now? But you know, it worked. Wow. That went well for you. Wow. Okay, you're out. Oh dear.
Ow.
Oh dear. You're out. You're out. Alamenowith.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just go through each of your individual loose tales. Alamenowith, you wake up in an underground chamber where the princess is underneath you and covered in scrapes and bruises and all sorts, but breathing. Of the 5 nice panther down there with you, 2 are dead and the other 3 are crushed and probably going to die very soon. The various other household folk down there with you, they are in worse states in most cases. The entire place is collapsed in. It's pitch black. And it's sort of silent. That's what you wake up to.
Don't die.
She does not reply. She is unconscious and you can smell her blood. You think she's probably 19, maybe of a relatively strong bloodline.
good vintage.
No, you're wrong. 20.
Don't die, kitty cat, don't die. Somebody help us, she'll scream. She doesn't know how big it is.
She screams, and she screams. Meanwhile, up where you are, yeah, you can't move. Your life's blood is spilling out, and dust is settling into you. There's nobody here. It's really bad. Another endurance test, please.
Oh, no.
Yeah, you do need a total of 10 successes.
Oh, well. No. 5 successes, but that's it.
So you had 5 before as well, didn't you?
Yeah.
No, you had 4 before, so you got 9. So one more test to see.
Oh, right, I see overall.
Because it's an extended test.
That's a fail.
And that's a fail, he passes out.
Nice.
He's like, oh, I can, oh,
No
shit,
more pain.
I need to, oh, no, I need to. And then goes, how bad is it? Oh.
It's literally like that. I'm going to do the old self-operate. Okay, here we go. Nope.
This is why my patients scream.
Birdie, you wake up surrounded by stallions.
Not again!
That's probably the first thing out of her mouth. But she'll kind of cover it as being slightly delirious. Oh no, I mean, hello.
I mean, oh no is a reasonable reaction to what's just happened to you. I think.
Yeah, they don't know.
You hurt. Your body is torn in 100 places.
Ow.
Your leg has been raised and clearly bandaged up and set, and is sitting in front of you, and is also in agony.
Ow.
It's sort of acceptable agony, but it's sort of agony. You think possibly that the purple sheep shouldn't be here. You're less convinced about the 2 Skaven in the background who are having a conversation with each other, saying, well, it's a very nice place, isn't it? Oh, it's a very nice place. Don't think much of these Shallians, do you? I don't think much of these Shallians either. With accents that don't sound... They've been clearly in human school for a long time. As one of the Shallians come up to you and looks like a cat and smiles and says, meow, 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 meow. Turns round to the other one and goes, meow, meow, meow. As that one goes, meow, meow, meow. And they assault you with their claws. You try to lift up your arms and they're made of bananas as they spit it out from you.
Note to self, vampire blood, much less disturbing.
Hey, Leopold. You don't know when you wake up, but you've clearly been dragged free from the rubble. You are in a tent full of lots of others, most of whom are sleeping, groaning, or in one case, screaming. Your first thing that you hear is, it's at least 700 dead. And we're still finding more. And he's like, it's been 3 days. As you come 2, and you hurt. And small moment of, how bad is it? Is my arm broken? Your arm's tender.
Well, it was burned before.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But not broken. As you shift slightly, oh, that one hurts. Oh, it's got a bandage on it. Oh, maybe that's why it hurts, but you can move your fingers. You remember back when you were with Habercorn, and she said one of the first things you should do if you wake up is check that you can feel all the bits of your body. So he goes round.
That was a totally normal childhood
for her.
What the
As you twitch your toes, they seem to be working, your legs seem to be working, and sitting up is a bad idea as everything goes swimming.
Count off digits.
As somebody comes over and says, Father, you shouldn't move, you've been badly hurt. You feel so sick and you vomit off to the side. And it's barely vomit at all. It's mostly just little bits of liquid. You'll be starving. You can't eat too much. We've been feeding you little, water and the like. We thought you weren't going to wake up.
Thank you. What happened?
He says, I'll get someone to come over and tell you. But someone blew up the palace. Someone blew up the palace.
Someone.
It wasn't
Not
him.
me. Not me.
Not looking at Carhart.
No.
Looking at Ed.
Not me.
He has an alibi.
Through
He
the
was
fourth
with
wall.
Birdie at the time.
Nope, still not me. It's another guy.
Hey. You wake up in agony. Can I please have an endurance test?
I think bang on, actually.
Oh, bang on will be good because you the difficulty for this one's 5.
Yeah, 60. Yep, bang on.
Ooh!
6 successes.
And much like the father, your first thoughts are, as your head swims back into some form of coherence, I've received a really bad wound. I know I've received a really bad wound. Is all of my body working? Is any of it numb? Your first thought, have I lost feeling anywhere? That can happen. As your hand sort of drifts up before your eyes are even awake, someone stitched you. You can feel it. You've been stitched, and you immediately start feeling for heat. Is there any heat? Have you got an infection? You're really worried you've got an infection. If you've got an infection there, given what might already be in there, you are almost certainly dead. As you run across it, and the stitch, as your mind wants to look but doesn't want to look, because as your fingers draw apart, you think the wound is at least that long,
Hey.
which means it was a hole. And you may have lost bits of intestine for all you know. You haven't, as it turns out, but he doesn't know that. And you may have been stitched up wrong. They may have done something completely incorrect. The fear of poor doctors washes over him.
After seeing Botticini, what was his name?
Pavarotti.
Pavarotti, that's it. Close enough. Can I do a medicine check? Well, medicine check, just to...
Yeah.
Yeah. Wicked. I'm good at this. So 1 success plus 2 more, so 3 successes. With it being.
The only way to know if you've been internally wounded is time. You're still alive. If your intestine had been broken, it would have been leaking into your cavity since then. So what you need now immediately is time. How long has it been? How long has it been? If you've been here for half an hour, 2 hours, the agony of the wound matches the potential death that may be coming. If you've been here for 2 days and you've been out for 2 days, you probably survived. Yeah, you're probably okay.
Am I a similar
You
sort
don't
of
know where you
situation?
are.
Right. Okay. Well, obviously. Open.
Eyes open.
Yeah.
Oh, bright. Why is it so bright? Oh, you've immediately you realise your eyes have been shut for a long time, possibly longer than a day. It feels far too bright. Oh, your body feels weak. You can barely move your hands. It was easy to slither it up. Okay, you think you've been out for a while. Do yourself a lower medicine test.
Medicine. 5 successes, but we're good at this.
2. So you had a 2 last time. So.
Okay, good.
Yeah. So yeah.
As
Three,
he puts
five
everything
overall.
together, and he goes, "You reckon you've been out for?"
No,
Seven
because
overall.
it's an advanced skill.
Yeah,
So,
he
yeah.
thinks he thinks he's been out for at least a day or two. So immediately his shoulders relax. He's probably survived it. He's sore.
Yep.
He's in agony, but a small sense of euphoria washes over him.
Go
You
back
can't
to sleep.
Fucking kill me.
Perhaps if you'd been thinner, you might have died.
Maybe. A little bit of chonk goes a long way.
You may. Unlike everyone else, you don't get caught by their initial searches. You just don't.
It's in
Yeah,
your
see.
And you wake up in a pitch black room by yourself, in a space which is not much more than about half the room should be, as parts of the ceiling has collapsed, the wall has fallen in on the other side, and the search clearly hasn't reached where you are because you're higher, you're not down on ground level, and it's difficult to get where you are. You are, however, utterly, except for a cut on your head, unscathed.
That's worrying in and of itself, but okay.
Unscathed. Your blood's dried. Completely dried. So you've been out for a while. You can hear distant sounds of bang, bang, clack, clack, bang, bang. Occasional human voices calling out, "Roar, roar, roar, roar," but muffled through the depth of the stone. But if they can be heard, they could hear you. Is it time to scream?
Probably, unless she can,
Walk through walls.
walk through walls. Get herself out, then she would.
No,
Scream.
she's stuck and also touching bits.
Yeah.
What if it brings down more?
Yeah.
Hey, Elric.
I'm on an adventure.
The enormous quantity of actuary that you were working your way through, that had come out from the first explosion, the smaller one that had come from the second explosion, and the wave that had built around that has been channeled, not as effectively as you would have liked, over towards the fireplace. It burned. Then all of the actuary hits you. So much so you can feel the rune of fire, the key of secrets itself bursting through it. And you just raise up your arms and do everything you can to try and channel it. And it absorbs you. You absorb it. And you just go with that great swell of the wind. And pass out of reality.
You have become fire. Destroyer of worlds.
Fire burns everywhere. And where you are, you have lost your material senses. You've read about this. Lore magic test.
Don't even have to pass. I know it's not good. 0 successes.
Okay, that's not too bad. With 0 successes, you know enough to know that you probably passed from the material realm. And you need to do everything you can to get back somehow. The wind is blowing. You're possibly on the surface, skimming between. You know there's a lot of reality that people don't understand. And many wizards have found themselves on the receiving end of too much magic and have managed to survive somehow and come back. And they all have different tales of their experiences, some of which are grim. Now you appear to be in the middle of one. And you can almost hear Matrius Siegfried lecturing you. And of course you've got your empirical senses. They are quite different to your etheric senses, one of which is your 6th sense, your 7th sense, and of course your 8th sense. Some people refer to these as your channeling or your witch sight. We are going to be putting such matters out of your head. You're a bright wizard. We don't need to worry about any of that shit. What you need to worry about is how you can use the actuary to your own benefit. It doesn't matter what it's called. Leave that for the Celestial College of the Lights, who will rename it every other week. No. If you listen to them, we'll be talking about etheric organs before the week's out. Snigger, snigger, snigger around the class. Etheric organs are for stupid light wizards. We deal with the truth, and the truth is, we are actually. And you can almost hear his voice rumbling through you. And even now, in the middle of this burning hellhole you found yourself, you can still hear yourself criticizing him. In your mind, this seems stupid. Actually might be wise to know what these things are. One day, it might be useful to know what my full set of etheric senses are, lest I should be an entirely etheric entity. And he's aware that there's one thing he needs to do, and that's get back. Somehow, he has to get back. And he only really has his base senses that he's aware of. He can channel. He can manipulate the winds through channeling. That's almost like his hands. It's like his sense of touch. Okay, so he's got somewhere. Then, of course, he's got his senses. He can sense the winds. That's like his sense of sight. Or maybe hearing. Or maybe it's something else. But at least that's something. How is he going to try and reincorporate that nonsense into reincorporating himself?
I have an idea.
Yeah, I love ideas.
So while Elric's getting lectured, he's thinking, like, I'm not actually. I'm both winds. So, can he follow where the actuate isn't? Can he use Gyron to thread his way back?
Please, do yourself a channeling Gyron test.
Oh my god, I keep rolling so low. 1 success.
1 success is still better than none.
Yeah.
As the fire magic burns around him, and then he begins to feel, in the distance, the chittering, the noises, the giggling. The giggling.
Go there. That sounds good.
Yeah.
Friendly.
And then the slight tear of claw moving through the fire. The tear of demonic something trying to get at him through this cocoon of fire that wraps about him. As he channels down at the base of the fire, a small stream of curling Gyron, which moves up like a swiftly growing stem, and it begins to wrap around his leg, a cooling flow against the heat. And the flame at the top begins to fritter as the entirety of the cocoon he's in begins to open up like a great fiery flower, with him attached to the stem by his leg, and all around him are hungry demons. Meanwhile,
I'm just a flower.
Meanwhile, you're calling, you're shouting. Can I have an endurance test, please?
Sure. 75. Probably not good. Not good. I'll spend a fortune point.
Did you fumble?
Yes. Bad one.
Is it an 88?
Oh.
Happy
you're
birthday, Andy.
You're my little. Get ready for that
Can
fate
roll
point.
that.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
You can take a corruption point.
Yeah, I'm gonna reroll. Oh, fuck off. 82. It's not an 88.
She passes out, preferring unconsciousness to saving the human who's beside her.
I try.
Oh!
Savage.
Harsh.
Don't think you preferred it. You didn't prefer it.
That's what the GM said. So.
His word is law. Literally.
Andy Law.
Thank you, everybody. Good night.
And that's how you use humour and roleplay.
Oh, man. Hey, wow. Birdie, it takes some time for you to come to your senses. That's it for you. It takes some time for you to get over your pain. That's it for you. The good old father, where he is actually in relatively decent shape. And he is seen by many over the course of the next 2 days helping with the excavations. It's gruesome. Exceedingly gruesome. Mostly crushed people, burnt people, broken people, parts of
But
people.
he might be good for helping them find survivors.
Absolutely. Yume is indeed found by him.
Well done.
Hearing the calls and screams, and that's after she's down there. She's starving. She's lips are broken and dry. She's tried to pull herself out, run out of energy, and she's weak by the time you get to her. Elric, I'm going to roll a single. No, I'm going to let you roll a single d10. If you roll a 1, that's down in the roots, and that's good. If you roll a 10, that's demon time at the top.
Oh, come on.
I have to spend more than one fate point on this.
I know, it's just horrendous, isn't it?
I'm burning your house down.
I mean,
You are actually.
In real life.
In real life.
Oh, I'll enjoy it.
I am become Actually.
It's not too bad. It's a 3.
It's a 3.
Oh, that's okay.
As they are clawing at him, terror gnaws at his soul as his soul itself begins to discorporate and begins to tear and lift. He doesn't exactly know what he is or when he is or how he is, but he knows he needs to not be there. And he does everything in his power to move, everything in his channeling Gyron test to get out of there.
Ooh.
Could be good.
Could be good, could be bad.
Ooh. That is 7 successes.
Whoa! As he finds himself pulling yanking and going down into the root, desperately pushing himself through the sleeve of Gyron that he's almost created to pull himself through. He can hear the demons behind him napping at. It's not his feet. It's not like he's turned round. He just is. As he goes down into it, and then pop! Suddenly he's heavy. Suddenly there's up and there's down. And sadly, he's in the air. As he falls, only 2 feet. But 2
One of
feet.
them really jarring falls. You're like, oh, fuck.
Right at the bottom of the feet.
Sadly, no. Feet, hands first. But
His poor face.
crunch in as and you are wet, tip to toe, soaking. Your feet and your fingertips are all black. The tip of your thumb has gone. Just gone, clean gone, with a ragged edge on it.
It's gonna sting.
It doesn't feel at all. And you know that a part of your soul's been eaten.
Welcome to the club.
Do yourself
I don't want to be part of your stupid club.
cool test.
A what cool test?
Yeah.
Cool test, yeah.
Yeah, 4 successes.
4 successes! Punk. And he can feel burning pain in his chest here. He even knows what it is. He doesn't even need to look. He's been marked by the wind. He knows, he's been taught. The wind, some say it's the wind saving you. Some say it's the wind marking you. Some say it's claiming you. But if you get 7 of those, you're gone.
Which way?
So, some say it's a mutation.
Some may say that. And you can feel it burning. You can feel the actuary running through it. But it does bring a benefit. +1 in channeling tests.
Nice.
For the sake of ease, can I just mark an extra talent of
Yep, perfect.
attunement?
Perfect. Although etheric attunement actually
Because
is
it's the
perfect.
bow
Yeah,
that
yeah,
it's the
totally.
boon.
As he holds it, and then his whole body realizes its material as it catches up, and he manages to both vomit, piss, and shit himself all at the same time with
The
a
triple.
horrendous,
Holy Trinity.
a horrendous mixture which leaves you also crying and snotting from your
Yeah.
nose with bits of vomit also
Oh.
dripping from you. As you hop and hop
I was a
and
hero once.
perhaps making it worse, your vomit is riddled through with maggots.
I think I say like sprites.
No, maggots.
It's
I mean,
Mm.
perhaps I think is unnecessary there.
Yeah. Hey, midwife, you wake up. There's only 2 people left alive in here now. There's you and the person you're covering. The one beside you, dead. That one, dead. Their lights have gone out.
I'm so sorry.
You can see up into the higher spectrum. You can see heat, and their heat is gone.
Really sorry, everyone.
Oh.
Really sorry. Can Catch just...
She's bleeding badly from a wound in her head at the back. Oh, no, some of that wound in her face is yours. Blood. Oh, you've got a... ow! Oh, you're actually in agony. Maybe that's how humans feel when they just get used to something. And her mind goes off in once, 15 minutes before she actually reaches any form of real consciousness. She spends
Somebody help us!
15 minutes thinking, how did she not feel that? But now she feels that. How was she numb to it? How could you make numbness? How could she be like a human? Because humans are better in this regard. Humans can get used to things. Humans cannot feel when they don't need to feel. Elves always feel. But for a brief moment, you didn't. That's 15 minutes of your time gone. I presume that's followed by screams.
The princess is down here.
That is followed by bellows from above. Kitty cat! Comes the bellows.
I'll just scream.
Kitty!
Boris
As
is okay.
peak
She's
level.
down here.
Carves through the stone like it's not there. As he burrows his way through, using the enormous rune fang to cut his
Don't
way
forget the
down.
wall.
I know, right?
Now, timelines. Alimenowithe is out within 2 hours.
Oh.
Great. Nice one.
Father is out a couple of days later, working around doing things. Yeah, you're bad. You're out about day 3. You pop up back in reality round about 4 days later. From your perspective, you were away for not more than about 10 seconds, but it could have felt like forever at the same time. It's difficult to pin down. They actually saved you. The Gyron got you out. You're pretty convinced of that. And the demons were there. They have come gathering for this great loss of souls. Souls are drifting it now, right this moment, out from here. And demons have clearly gathered on the other side to feast. That is not a good sign. As you turn round and you get your first sight of it. The enormous, huge, almost semicircular hole in the front of the palace. One tower has collapsed in completely. The other is broken, a chunk of it off in your room. All of the building at the top's gone. Most of the building here is collapsed. The other 2 palaces to either side, they're fine. A few smashed windows, most of those are already boarded up. And out at the front, multiple tents. And so many people beavering around. So many people doing something that they can to hopefully get somebody else out of here alive. You have no idea what's happened. The father, by this point, does know. And he knows that no one knows what really happened other than there was an enormous explosion from beneath. It is clear what the general consensus is. Beyond Boris, who has been using and wielding the rune fang like it's his own personal excavator.
Which, based on his knowledge of the rune, absolutely right. It's
Yeah,
a lightning
right.
rune. So, yeah.
But it's only so useful because it's not all stone. There's a lot of wood down there. There's lots of just debris that is, and it's also debris. It's like, you now need a shovel. It's only when it's solid walls that it really works at its best. So happened that they were down in the vaults in the deepest part that was stone. So he carved a literal tunnel through to get to where they were. But they're out before you're awake. And all sent over towards the old Wolfenplatz. It is horrific. Absolutely terrible. But there is some general consensus built as to what happened, beyond the fact you're down with shallots. And that is that the Hellsteins have gone up, the palace has gone up. There's only, maybe 3 Hellsteins left alive now. in the entire family line, of which there used to be loads, one of which.
Is that 3 counting?
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, that's good.
Someone's got
That's
a
great.
world.
That's
Did
good
they have
odds.
This keeps
holdings
happening. It's
outside
weird.
of Middenheim?
They do, yes.
But there was.
They were all here for the
Okay.
carnival, and they were mostly inside most of them were inside the Helstein Manor, a few of them were in the palace. Neither were good places to be. And the general consensus is, from everyone, it's Reichland.
Oh.
Well, yeah, that's what you'd assume.
Because
isn't it?
because they've attempted to take out both family lines.
Mm.
They are looking to destabilize the lot. And given that already 2 Reichlander groups have claimed that they were responsible, completely separate ones to make matters about, and one newspaper that's come up from Delberts, which is still standing, has yet more confirmations from the south that the armies of Karaberg have been defeated, and quotation from the Emperor, the north will no longer be a problem.
It's fighting talk.
Who were the groups that claimed?
Oh, the popular Reichland front of
And
Middenheim.
the People's Popular Splitters.
And the general Reichland antipathy is pretty high. But there's an interesting view as to what Reichland means. Middenheim is very much, it appears, of the opinion that you're a Middenheimer, you're in Middenheim. And as long as no one says something like Altdorf for the Altdorfers, or for example, and this is where it might get cagier, I don't think it was Reichland. As long as you don't say that, there is no pushback. Not only that, they just accept you as one of theirs. Disaster and calamity sits in front of them.
And we have those claw things.
Yeah, quite. You're heroes of Middenheim. Quite.
Well, probably don't have them anymore.
No, you've got yours. It's just got very wet. Yeah. I mean, your rooms are fine. She went off with hers. It's all good. Probably. You can get a new one.
Mine's fine.
It's Reichland's fault, is the general belief. As you're lying in convalescence, occasionally coming in and out of consciousness, having requested multiple times for what amounts to painkillers. Please give me just something for the pain. And now you're a little bit high. The visit from Leopold, and Leopold passing over a piece of news, is one that almost brings you out of it. Because the politics of Middenheim have changed. Leopold has heard it. Stefan is dead. Crushed in his room. Heinrich Tobringer has been arrested and is currently held beneath Kralaplatz. As to exactly what's happening there, few can be sure. Leopold, because he's got very sharp ears, knows that a halfling got captured and found out that the plot was indeed from Reichland. The Imperial Palace organised this. It's not even potentially not the case, it is. He's been tortured and then brought on staff. And sent southwards because the Emperor was holding his family. And the Emperor thinks he's dead. He's on a giant revenge trip.
Nice. I hope we get to see him again.
And the bit that gets passed over to you is that Katerina has been declared the Baron of Middenheim.
Excellent.
Which means that they've got around some of the issues because the Baron can inherit. And nowhere in Middenheim law does it say the Baron has to be male.
Nice. It's
So,
a title. Yeah.
Boris has declared she is a Baron.
That is a classic Boris move.
Totally.
In the same way that you're a Helstein now. There we go. You're a Baron now. Okay.
Which means that if anyone marries her, they enter House Todbringer.
And would they be the Baroness then?
It would be a complicated situation.
Love it.
We had this conversation yesterday. I thought of this, not Boris.
You're engaged, you let.
I know, but she might be dead.
Dare you've not heard about a party member surviving the explosion.
Drago, the basilisk.
Or Lucas, you know.
Lucas is dead.
Or
Lucas is
me crying.
dead.
He's dead.
No.
He's been dead for days. Weeks.
He wasn't in the.
Leopold knows that Yumi's alive.
Newcastle.
Yumi's largely unscathed and currently recovering. Yes.
Has Yuma heard about her parents?
Her parents are fine.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. They're
She assumed,
completely
but
fine.
like,
Yeah, quite.
I mean,
and
Jiro
they're
leapt
also-
around like a magic tiger catching everybody.
They're also no longer in the city. They've left.
Ooh.
You've been recovering for the last half day. And now, I would like a cool test from everyone. And just to make sure you know what you're doing. It doesn't count till I tell you what you're doing.
Fine.
It sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. This is what you're rolling for. How stressful was this for you? Very, very. The cool test, if you crit it, you only gain 1 stress point. If you don't roll it yet,
Sorry.
you're getting ahead of yourself. If you pass the test, you gain 10 minus successes stress.
Jesus.
If you fumble it, you're going to be taking on 2 permanent mental traumas.
Ooh.
can we
7.
re-roll?
You can re-roll this, yes.
7 successes.
Sweet.
So-
1 stress.
10.
Oh no, you're the special case because you went through horror, so you get an extra 2 stress. You got 3 stress.
Oh,
no,
I thought it was going the other way.
5. No, 5 stress. Yeah, 5 stress. You're fine.
Fuck.
So what? So it's 10 minus your successes.
Yes.
Right.
I failed.
So that's 10 stress. Yeah. Do yourself a second cool test, please.
You definitely have
6 successes, so I get 4 stress.
Yep, good.
2
So
successes.
4 successes.
So that's 6 stress.
So that takes me to my stress limit.
Okay, cool. You're
You were
over
pretty
it.
stressed.
You know over it though.
No, I'm bang on.
Yeah, you're fine. 1 more stress and then you're over it. But it makes sense. It's been awful.
I got
We
2
need some
successes.
downtime.
Yeah.
We need a spa day.
Yeah,
Should we go
you know,
to hot springs?
spa day.
Should we go to hot springs? Let's go to the bath.
Stress.
Let's go to the baths.
So have I then taken 8
You take no. She took 10 stress.
No, I think-
because she failed the test.
But you got her to do another one.
Oh,
she
for
got
the-
2
yeah, for the
successes
second
on.
test, yeah. So yeah, she's not taking trauma yet.
Since it's way over my limit,
Mhm.
how does I just add the number
Just
onto
add it straight on,
and then
yeah.
we'll deal with it at
Yeah.
some point? Okay.
And you get more stress, then you get more stress. You're pretty ill. You're thin, you're emaciated, and you feel bad. Food isn't agreeing with you. You found your parents still alive, but they've left. You've been in the tents, basically just getting your energy back. And then,
A lot of that old abandonment trauma, I suspect, will be coming back again,
Yeah.
right? Like,
yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Birdie, you're quite far away from everyone else, which is nice. How do we do with our stress?
6 successes.
Okay, so only 4 stress,
Yeah, but I'm assuming...
mostly from the Shallians.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
I'm just tense
constantly on
around-
guard.
The banana arms.
But I'm assuming we didn't lose the stress points that we
Nope.
gained previously, so
Nope.
that's me at my limit. as well.
On it, not over it.
On it.
Perfect. Could be worse.
Just little old me
Just-
traumatized.
Yeah.
as fuck.
Aw.
I'm more than double my limit. Like,
Aw.
Yeah, it's going to take quite a lot to bring you down, isn't it? Right.
Or not much at all at that point.
As I was,
Slightest
do I
provocation,
take all
really.
that stress because
Life
I've
is
got
fleeting.
that thing that means if I'm like going for my long-term goal, I
And
don't
your
take stress.
long-term goal is precisely.
Save the world from Hranadandra.
This is.
I've been trying.
No, this is not a calculated point of your path. For the calculated path,
Yep,
so no, it
okay.
wouldn't count.
Just checking.
Yeah, not quite. So, it's enough for you to pass out from all the potentials and the pain and all the different things that could potentially come from this as he passes out again. He's in bad shape. We will pick up a day after that. And in that time, Birdie has been determined to be well enough she can go. Her arm is badly damaged but not broken. Her leg is still broken, obviously, because it's only been a few days. But it's broken. And she gets wheeled from the Temple of Shalia through the streets, carried up some steps, until eventually the hero of Middenheim is wheeled over to the palace, where she has rooms newly appointed to her in a different part of the wing that hasn't collapsed. Large parts of the palace, though, are now effectively condemned. No one is to go in there because it may collapse. By this point, Gerhardt is conscious and can't move. He fortunately can feel his legs. He was concerned he might not be able to. He can, but the pain is just too much, makes his stitches shift, but he can be wheelchaired around with relative ease. He's not dead. You're just not well and really not happy. Everything, being trapped in there was awful.
Yeah, I was thinking, I think it would, based on that side stream as well, I think it would manifest as her seeing all these spirits coming to this area and all this death and like trying to talk to them and like convince them to go back to being good guys. They're probably not there, but that's what she's doing, as if she's seeing.
Yumi's talking to herself.
Yeah.
It's always a good sign for the mental stability.
I've got a letter for Birdie when Birdie gets.
Marvelous. You can bring that to her when you see her. Elric, having somewhat dazed over towards the tents, finding out what's happening, can he help? Because at heart, he's that guy. Eventually gets passed over to where Leopold is. That was 6, 7, 8. That'll be about yesterday. As he's in poor shape. He looks like he doesn't want to be, but he's in poor shape. You have no idea what's going on with him. But touching him, he's cold to the touch. He feels weird. And you strongly recommend he have a sit down.
Yes. Let the people look at you.
Where's everyone else?
And then that will turn into today.
Have we seen any of these guys?
No, not that entire time you've been down in the temple. And you've seen an awful lot of very strange things. Very strange things. You may have even flown to Vedra on a purple swan.
Oh,
Nice. Lucky.
Yeah.
Everybody should have rolled a 10.
No, we've been to Vedra, it sucks.
And we're meeting in the old Wolfenplatz, which is currently half under reconstruction. There's lots of people beavering around in here as well. And we will be meeting in one of the lower reception rooms on the bottom floor. It has been reopened because much of this palace was shut, because this palace was, and I quote, cursed. Well, you know, it survived, so it can't be that cursed. Let's reopen the place. And here we have Alamenowith, who will be dressed in, I presume, courtly garb. Yep, sounds good. Looking very much like a Middenheim lady. We will have the wheelchaired Birdie, who has, unbeknownst to her, a large bandage on her head. She hasn't even realised yet that she's in fact got a huge bandage on her head. She took a massive blow there. Not that she'd know. It's mostly the leg that really hurts. You're a bit spacey, but you're here. We have Leopold, who is broadly speaking fine. He's still carrying many cuts and grazes, most of which are now healed and scabbed in place. He's got a couple of bandages, but in comparison to the large number of far worse people, he's got it pretty good. Gerhardt, who is the opposite, he does not have it pretty good. He looks pale. He's lost a lot of blood. He's been sick several times. In your head, you think you're doing okay, given the sort of wound that you've had, and you don't have an infection, and you keep on feeling for it, and it's almost reached the point of paranoia now, where you're touching it almost every 2 minutes.
Just going to keep rolling my dice. It's good.
Yeah, it's good.
5.
Yeah, we're okay.
Still
We're okay. Yeah, we're okay. His arms are a bit mangled. One of his fingers was bent really badly and is currently strapped to his other one. He thinks it might be broken.
Have we got any burns?
No, burn free. Yeah, it wasn't in the heart of the actual explosion.
You're welcome.
No, I don't think the other stuff.
Yes. Yeah, no burns. Yeah, totally fine.
Yeah.
Splash. You've been better. I mean, physically you're fine. but it's everyone else, and the fact that this place is falling.
Yeah. And it's just one Yume talking to spirits.
Yumi's muttering to herself over in the corner. Presumably playing, no one's seen her, right? Elric, you feel actually pretty good. After having had a good sleep and having come to terms, meditated a little, and having surveyed the disaster and helped out a bit during the morning.
And no one's dead.
Yeah,
Immediately.
Leopold's already said everyone's going to be gathering in the palace later. I'll call you over when everyone arrives. You come over because you've been helping move stones and get everything out of place. And everyone's alive. I mean, some of them don't look in good shape, but everyone appears to be alive. And beyond, and to reconfirm what I've said, Boris is alive. He was very badly hurt, but he's ignored most of the very badly hurtedness of his current position. It's almost as if he's wearing a magical artifact that means that he can ignore the vast majority of the wounds that he takes, because he was crushed. And that talisman of Ulrich is really doing its job today. But nobody is broadly aware of that. What they're aware of is their Elector Count pushed his way out of the stones, okay, and started bellowing for his daughter. The first thing he asked for, interestingly, not his son. Interesting what death can do in terms of refocusing what you feel is important. So he's still alive. Katerina is still alive, and she's held somewhere up at the top of the very palace that you're currently in. This is the palace that she's currently taken, and it's become the Baroness's, the Baron's palace, which creates an interesting, logical, legal loophole, which is almost certainly going to be ratified in a new law by Boris relatively soon. What you know beyond that, Stefan's dead. And by this point, the death count across the city is in the region of 1,400 people.
Gosh.
And on top of that, many, many more wounded. The greatest casualties in terms of the overall military force is the Knights Panther, who have lost, in terms of their Middenheim number, a third of their number. Quite. And another third are very badly wounded. It's been a very bad day for the Knights Panther, and indeed a very bad day for the North. White wolves have been everywhere. Most of the palace has been covered with the white wolves, helping clear it, helping move stone, with the cult of Ulrich doing everything they can, and the citizenry have been doing largely the same, coming in, and they've been working on a constant rota of coming in, helping clear. They've still not cleared even, let's be honest, even a large fraction of the debris. It's going to take weeks. And during the course of, once the first 4 or 5 days have passed, it's going to turn into just finding corpses.
Those white wolves that are helping, are they helping or are they rowdying?
Oh, no, they're helping. They're getting well stuck
okay,
in. Yeah,
that's good.
yeah, well stuck in. So there we go. That's what you have. Next, Leopold, you've already checked this. Lucas is alive. He's down there, and he has been supping down in. Sorry, not down in any. He's down in Schmiedhammer's house, and he's been supping slowly on a bottle of wine that was sent to him by Gerhardt a few days ago.
Excellent.
It's in a gift basket.
So looking after Drago?
He is
they're on
going
the
nowhere near
barge.
Drago because Drago
Throwing meat into the room and shutting the door?
Yes, that's what he's doing.
Perfect.
Drago and Meat Pie are fighting
Have we heard?
quite a lot, and then sleeping together,
Oh.
and then fighting, and then sleeping together.
And then meat pie riding him like
stone.
a
No word of Margaret.
No word of Magritte.
What about
That's not good.
Spangler?
Spangler.
In terms of the Temple of Sigmar and his friends there,
Yes, they're all fine.
they're all fine.
Yeah, they're all fine. Spengler, I'm rolling for because he was in the palace.
No,
Oh,
it's
he's-
my fault. He was in the palace.
He is fortunately quite far away. It's only 2 dice.
Come on, Spangler.
He's badly hurt, but he's alive.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
Spengler, I'm just going to check my table there. I'm pretty sure he might have lost an eye, though.
Ooh. That's only going to make him look more rakish.
And
Yeah.
and 9 teeth. Oh, he was hit bad on that side.
Yeah.
So he's going to have himself a mighty scar down one side of his face. Poor old
I
Spengler.
think what you meant to say was he's going to have a gold face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spengler's
Here comes the gold mask.
confirmed.
Oh my god, it is killed. Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun. He's going to become the Phantom of the Spengler. Down one side, yeah, you're right. He's going to have one side of his face is entirely mashed in, cheekbone entirely
We
gone,
love Spengler.
half of the teeth gone, teeth. You
How
can't
could you
speak
do that to
properly anymore.
Spengler?
I know. How could we do that to Spengler? No idea.
Just
Not that I'm
be
looking at
clear.
anyone in particular for blowing it up.
We won, right? Like, this is the good outcome.
Yeah.
He also has 2 broken ribs, fractured shin, and is not going to be around for some time. He is currently over in the Temple of Shallyu as well, where many folks have been sent. So that's Spengler. Anyone else that you're particularly keen to know about?
Heinrich's been arrested.
Yes, Heinrich's been arrested, currently held underneath the Kralaplatz.
What about Tolkien?
Torlakelm.
Senior or the younger?
I like
Both.
that first.
Or younger.
Okay,
Younger
Elder is dead.
No,
Oh,
the
shit.
master's gone.
They need to cram that.
Younger is dead.
Oh, no.
Okay, are all Torlakelms dead? Oh no! The youngest is still alive, but he's badly wounded.
You should totally hit that.
Okay. It's
What?
gonna-
While he's wounded.
Well, that's the.
There's consent. It's a little thing I like to call.
Wow. Okay, he's dead too. So yeah, wow. The Knights
Well,
Panther
hit it quick then.
suffered. They're going to be going through the process of getting a new Grandmaster. They're in a circle. What's left of it will be getting together.
Is the Torlakelm the middle one? Is he the one that was friends with Yumestad? Or is that the very youngest one?
He's the man.
That's the.
He's the middle one, right?
Yeah, he's dead.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
dead.
Yeah.
So who's the youngest one?
The youngest one is the one that likes Yume.
Yes.
Liked you, mate.
He's not dead.
Is
Yeah,
she?
you just said he's dead.
No,
No,
the
the
youngest
middle
one
one's
isn't
the
dead.
youngest one's
The
still alive.
Oh, I
oldest
thought you
is
said the
dead.
youngest one was dead.
The
Yeah.
middle one's dead. The youngest one is alive but badly hurt.
She
Yeah.
might. Is she well enough to think about sending him flowers? Maybe. I don't know.
Well, that's entirely up to you.
I'll roll it.
You will
You
very
tell a
well
demon
grow
to do it.
up, so.
My wife. My wife.
She'll send him flowers.
Like it. I need flowers sent to him before he's dead and consumed by demons.
I don't know whether I have the ability to ask this question or.
Okay,
I am
ask, and
entirely
then I'll
unfound.
tell you.
The gentleman that we looked after yesterday, who might be Alexei.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have a way of finding out about that?
Yeah.
You can inquire. Dead.
Proper dead.
Dead.
That's yeah, but proper dead.
Who are you
Dead,
talking
dead.
All I can say
You're
is
talking about
that
Side
the
street.
general word around the
Alexei.
general word around the palace is he's dead.
Like-
Yeah, I know. That was
Kislev,
yes.
the-
Well, yeah, you've got some potential news to pass on
Yeah, I
there
do.
too.
What about what about Katerina Boker?
This could be a big one. No, it's not a big one. No, she's still alive. I'm almost disappointed by that. That'd have been, we're arcing in a different direction. Katrina Boca is still alive.
Did Kirsten ever turn up?
No.
No.
Nope. Dead.
Yeah, definitely.
In fact, all the ladies at court, dead.
All gone.
Wow.
Yep.
How's
Poor-
all
poor
Rolerick
Swede
holding
Hammer.
up?
Well, it's a completely different story. He wasn't in the palace.
I've got a letter for Bernie.
So, let's set our scene. We're inside one of the withdrawing rooms. Some of us are in wheelchairs. You have been shown here by the Chamberlain of this particular palace, a chap in his early 20s who's got... he almost looks Reiklander as many Reiklanders wish they looked. He's got that sort of easy, rugged handsomeness, short, dark hair, and broad shoulders, where most Reiklanders, in fact, are relatively pale, wearing far too fancy clothes. And not necessarily anywhere near as rugged as this chap is. He's the Middenland equivalent. By blood, you would guess he's probably old Drakvalder line by the looks of him. So Middenland nowadays.
Yeah.
And he has been nothing but pure charm to everyone that's come along. Very much, very good to see you, my lord. Please come in. No, let me just wheel him in. Says, you're going to be meeting in the Ulrich chamber down at the bottom. I hope that it matches your needs. He says, we have the kitchen preparing you some lunch. It's very good to see you, Royal Highness. No, I don't think there are any spirits in the local area, but I'm sure that if there are, I will immediately point them in your direction. He says as he wheels you in. Magister, or is it wizard? I haven't been told yet.
Wizard.
Wizard, it is very good to see that you survived. I heard of your exploits. Without you, it would be worse.
Without me, someone else would have done something.
Without you, we'd have no Graf. You are a champion, rightly so. Please come this way. Father, you have been a champion that deserves, and he just shakes his head, nothing more than the plaudits of not just the cult of Sigma, but the cult of Ulrich also. He says, it is very good to meet you face to face. He says, I have been watching your endeavors out there amongst the people. He says, you are the finest example that the cult of Sigma has to offer in these trying times. He says, and that between you and me, I would keep it that way if I were you. Gentle warning of don't talk about Reichland in front of him. just a gentle one on the side. Just in case. Don't worry, I'll wheel her in. Lady Knight, it's an absolute delight to meet you face to face. I hear that your family has suffered significant disaster of late. You have my condolences.
Thank you.
Wheels you in. And that leads you all in here as food is brought in for you to assess what's next.
Is there booze with the food?
Yes.
I would like some booze.
Booze for all.
He's staring out the window. She'll mumble something about the butterflies haven't arrived. And she looks outside.
What?
It's all right, you may. That's that Katerina's Chamberlain, Karl Ulrich von Prittstock. He's a good man.
He's very charming. In quite a good way, actually. Sort of positive. Everybody else been...
He's a good man. I interviewed him with her.
Is it just us in the chamber?
Yeah.
Right. I'm sorry, but what the fuck happened? It's not who they're saying, right? It's no one down south.
No, it is.
It sounds like it was Garfrance.
The order
Sure.
came from the Imperial Court.
Do we know?
Whether it was him directly or someone in his court.
And it's not one of the two cults that we know are operating in this city.
I mean, it could be both.
He could be manipulating them for his own means.
I don't think we should...
The Imperial Court sent an order for the Todbringers to be killed. The manner of their killing was no doubt influenced by the cultists in the city.
There's no sense in postulating
Yeah.
we are where
I mean,
we are now.
It's possible one or some other cult has infiltrated the Imperial Court, but it's largely academic. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't change things. The order came from there. The order's rightly being interpreted as having come from there. We are where we are.
I'm going to war.
Apparently so.
I have no choice. I'm employed by...
Oh, yes.
I spoke to the agent before he was killed.
Did you? Which one?
The agent that came from the Imperial Court.
Yeah.
Tell
What
us
day
more.
is it? How long have we been...
This is day...
4 days after.
Oh, I thought Elric only appeared on the fourth day and then had a
Yes,
sleep.
oh, sorry, 5 days after.
Yeah.
Sorry, no, you're correct. 5 days after.
And he said, from the Emperor's own mouth came the words, the Todbringers must die.
Okay.
That's pretty unequivocal.
I mean, it does seem convenient from the Emperor's mouth. This guy must die, causing a civil war, meaning the Empire is in a bad situation.
We know the Emperor already annexed Ubersreich. Declared mutants legal. This is not the first uncharacteristically destructive edict that has come from Garfrance.
And we also know that he may not be the Emperor.
Such is my point in terms of it's just weakening us as a whole. Is there no... No, there's no way he'd understand or accept that.
Who's that?
The Graf.
Oh, Boris. No, unlikely.
There's nothing he can do other than go to war.
We're pointed in the wrong
He's
direction.
the
least-
North.
at least he doesn't have to march immediately because the siege in Karabakh has already been lifted. So
So the Marauders are on the move.
well, I don't know. They were defeated.
When Leopold says that, Birdie exchanges a look with Gerhardt just to see how he reacts to mention of Karabakh after our conversation the night before.
Nada.
Great
A
heroes.
bigger
are
glug into the glass is probably.
Great heroes are forged by war. For all we know, this is the making of Boris as a new emperor, and he binds the empire together to go north.
Yeah.
We're so far down this path that you won't be able to stop it now.
Leopold, you catch outside as she's talking a voice saying, no, you're going to bloody let me through to them, you are. And another, you don't recognise the voice, it's a northern one. I understand, my lord, he says, however, they've requested privacy at the moment, so privacy is what I shall provide them. If you wish to speak to them after, then I'm more than willing. I'm bloody working on the behalf of the bloody Graf. You're going to let me through, or I'll have your fucking job. He says, I don't believe you're the Baron, he says. And if you were the Baron, I think I would know. But between you and me, your chesticles are a little bit small. Your testicles are much larger than they should be.
I do like this guy.
I like this guy.
As, he says, don't you talk about my balls or whatever you're talking about. He says, you're going to let me through because the bloody Graf says so. He says, well, unless I receive an order from him, the answer is no. I do believe I'm the Chamberlain of this palace, not you. Comes the reply.
There's some Middenlander lord wants to come in and speak to us, but the Chamberlain's keeping him out.
Anyone we know?
I didn't recognise him.
I'll go see.
You go out, and you can see there is most certainly a sort of testy.
Interesting.
Chose
choice
my
of
word on
words.
purpose. A testy argument going on between the two of them. Humour.
Makes the games work.
As a very tall chap with long hair and a big beard. He's a Middenlander. In fact, no, he's a Middenlander you recognise. Right after the first explosion, and you were getting pulled out, you heard Boris issue an order that the flags had to go up. And his flag went up over on the front of the gate.
Oh, this is
And then-
vor thingy.
And then the next flag went up, which was Katarina's personal standard. Stefan's never went up. And flying the flag at the top was the closest noble that was to him, which was a Tugendheim, born Tugendheim, whose father died in the explosion and has now become his personal standard bearer.
Chamberlain, thank you. We will receive the standard bearer.
He says, "Good right, they will. Of course, ma'am." He says, bows, "You may come in." What is it with a bloody Middenlander? He says, "Why did they employ a Middenlander for that job?" He says, "You're an elf. Never mind." As he comes in, looks around, and then decides who's the person that's most likely to be highest ranked, and turns to you.
Ironic.
Nice, Panther, nice.
How times change. And says, the Graf wants to have a meeting with you all later on this afternoon. I'm here to give you warning. 2:00, second bell. He says, over at the Krala Palats.
We will attend at the Graf's pleasure.
He says, right, Our Lady Knight. He says, bows once. And then walks out.
That was good. Well done.
Oh, I got a letter for you.
Oh,
One of the royal valets is an Ostlander lord. His name's Calixit. He's 7 foot tall. He sent you that letter. He doesn't read and write. He's superstitious, but he made an exception for you.
okay.
What? Royal valets. What now?
What's a valet?
Oh, it's the Baron's personal man in waiting. She has 2 men in waiting and 2 ladies in waiting.
Okay.
It's like a sort of subservient Lucas.
They dress her.
No woman should have a valet, but amusingly,
The
she's
Baron
a baron.
does.
As you're beginning to click it in, going,
Sorry.
oh, well, that's going to be awkward.
It says, tall girl, I would like to take you for lunch.
Well, I do need to find a husband, apparently. I shall take it under consideration.
You can do much better than him. He's nice.
Well, is he? Give me that letter.
You might as well take him for lunch.
Well, he's going to take me, I believe.
For lunch.
Is anybody, bar the obvious issues and everything, now that we're all in the room, is anybody actually hurt? Anybody got any scratches or anything? I know it's me. I know I've got, I know.
You're the worst of all of us.
Well, I'm just checking. Oh, that's weird.
Demons took it.
I can't do that. No, I can't help you with that
No,
one.
it's
That's
gone.
just...
Part of me is gone forever.
It just looks completely sheen off. There's no cut. There's no.
No, it's just ragged.
It's a ragged bit at the end of his thumb.
Chewed up.
It does. So does it look like it's been chewed, or just taken, or
Sort
is
of,
it?
but it's completely. He's got skin right across
It's
it.
like
But
completely
scar flesh.
It's like the pickle slices that have this
Crinkle cut.
crinkle cut. Yeah, he's got a crinkle cut down.
A little bit like that. Not quite so clean.
It just helps the visualization.
Yeah.
Okay.
Elric.
He's got his own crinkle cut thumb.
Yeah.
And Sumi's nose.
Oh yeah. Has,
She's still got scabs on her nose. She's got scabs all over now, though, so it's
Yeah.
just
So it
one
just
many.
blends in more now.
yeah.
I mean, Elric's face is still
Okay.
fucked too.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
yeah,
that's right,
the thumb is.
I don't think I can do anything for that.
No,
It's just
I
sort
don't
of.
think.
Yeah.
I took a bad blow to the head. It might be fractured. I've been trying to ignore it.
Do you want me to have a look?
Sure.
All right. Come down.
She's going to have to lean over you.
Yeah, if you could come further down.
I don't really want to move. All right. What are you doing?
I'm moving
So
myself.
No, you
wheelchair.
don't need to move. I'll come to you.
No, you can't.
You
Chair.
can't.
It hurts
Oh,
too
yeah,
much.
I'm tired.
Every time you push,
No.
the
No.
pressure across your chest goes right down into your belly, and you're like, ow! Ow!
All right.
That doesn't sound like her. There's normally
She put her head in his
Sorry.
mouth.
Ow! Ow! Man, me right glounder, ow!
Like she'll literally just go down the ground and put her head in his lap.
Okay, that's sort of different. That's fine. I suppose I'll have a look.
And then pair it up to yourself a lower medicine test, please.
It's standard 5 successes. Overall.
5 successes. That's a
Standard.
fail.
Yeah.
elves.
Elves.
Yeah.
Alright.
As you look at it and you're like,
Animal care?
you look at
Cuts
it,
both
you're like,
ways.
you don't know. You're quite happy saying it feels really hot, but then she feels really hot.
I know there's a temperature
so
difference anyway.
you don't think it's infected
Yeah.
anymore, but then you remember once that an infection is sometimes cold, when it runs underneath, and elves are different.
Okay.
But you're happy that it feels like the rest of her.
That's fine. This is the start of the almanac.
Yeah.
I think
so
I
yeah,
have a
let's crack on.
fracture in my soul, God.
Is that what you expected me to have a look at and see right now?
Yes.
Okay, right. I don't do that. I mean, I suppose, do you mean, because this is always interesting with you, do you mean metaphorically, or do you actually mean you have a fracture in your soul?
Yes.
You said yes to, I gave you 2 options, and you said yes.
Oh,
Quite literally, a demon has eaten some of my soul.
what?
So
Right, see, that's
if
what I need to
feel
know.
that you have a fracture, I think it's suck it up time.
Right. Well.
Metaphor?
Oh, right. Sits
Or-
back up.
No. I'm realising this book's going to be harder to do. No, I don't mean... No, don't worry, it's fine.
I think you were laughing at something different from us.
Am I? That's all right. I'm okay with that.
I'll be fine.
And unless you've got a magic wand that says broken legs,
No.
just time.
I can splint it. But
It's
it looks,
already
it
splintered.
looks relatively
The
good anyway.
Shallians did it.
Have you tried walking on it?
No.
I bet it's fine. This is Dan, not Elric. But seeing as how your finger grew back.
Yeah, and your stab wound's healed as well. Should we have a look just to
How
check
does
it out?
feel? Does it
It
hurt?
feels fucking sore.
Yeah, it really hurts. I'm not even attempting
I
that.
wouldn't try. You
No.
might cause yourself further damage.
Exactly. I need my leg.
I just gave it.
All right. So, war is all the stuff that's going on. I have a bit of a plan for that. Could be not for war. Well, sort of supposing part of it. I need to find out.
Still drunk.
What? Yes.
still-
No,
right.
I'm still drinking.
Ah,
So the idea is, or the plan is, and it could work, it might not work as well, but I sort of need to figure out how amenable Boris is to specifically my father and the young Freuds and that plight separately to that of Aldorf. Because whilst I know the sentiment at the moment is Reichland's, we don't like Reichland. That's
Keep the
Well, no,
broad
that-
racial
that's fine.
characters.
That's if they
No,
hear,
they
if
know
they hear
volume.
it,
Yeah.
while we're in.
if they hear it, they'll think, oh look, a good Middenlander in there. So they'll
So you're
Until
going
you
for the
speak.
enemy of my enemy.
exactly enemy of my enemy, all that sort of stuff, and then we can figure out how to deal with it. Because realistically, it's right now we can hypothesize as much as we want. The Emperor is losing his mind, or he's being manipulated, or he's not even him. Skin changer. We know this is the thing now, right? Although I think that being that we met with was somewhat singular. I can't quite remember.
What
it-
are you
it was-
wittering on about? What's the point of this?
I'm talking about if we can find out how Boris feels about my father and that connection.
He's already said. You don't need to ask him again. He's a simple man.
Yes, but since then things have happened.
Yes, and
Things
you
to
were here,
corroborate
and
it.
you're a hero.
You think so?
Yeah.
All right.
Don't. You're doing what you're always doing.
Well, if that's the case, second part of the plan, and this very much depends on whether Marguerite arrives or is alive or exists. I need to have a conversation with her, see if we can sort of move things around. Because I might be a baron now.
Your father.
You are a baron.
I'm a baron now. Thank you. Well, I might be. It depends on.
The rumours.
Well, what are the rumours?
So Karaberg, my brother, he's died. My brother died. He was killed there.
I'm so sorry.
By Reichsmarshal Kurt Hellborg. But not a quick death.
What?
Supposedly humiliated him
Allegedly.
as part of,
A day to die.
don't cause a rebellion. If you do, you get humiliated and you're killed. But
What about your father?
he's fine.
So,
I'm
so
a
I
baron,
see.
I
You're
will
the baron.
inherit.
You will inherit.
Although there
I was the
is
Duke.
Sigismund the even younger, obviously, who we don't know whether is legitimate or not, and I have no idea where Greta is or the foot shover or any of that sort of stuff.
You
So-
do, assuming it's where it's meant to be. It will be in the shadow of the Middle Mountains.
A lot of things have happened.
I think that's fair.
Yeah.
We can't assume anything. We also can't assume that what you were told is true.
Yes.
We need
Although
corroboration.
there is no political, I don't think there's any political. If Lucas hadn't expired, I would ask him, but he's not. I don't think there's any political. Is there any political reasoning? You've got politics.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Have you? You've got
For
politics,
your
haven't you?
brother dying or
No,
being convinced
To
that he's
lie.
dying.
We
Yes.
both do.
Look,
From specifically the court, the Kislevian courts. I don't know if that's how
What?
you would say that.
Kislevite.
The Kislevitian courts.
you got this from the Kislevites.
Yes. So if there is any reason, I don't know why, I don't know how their stuff works. Everything north of Altdorf is fucking weird, and I'm bored of it now. So
Thus spake the hero of Midnight.
There's nothing that springs to mind that would say the Kislevites would particularly gain from lying to you about that. They're
Right.
more likely that they've heard the rumour wrong. Rumours fly all over the place in war, but you can assume that if they've heard the rumour right, I wouldn't imagine they have a reason to lie to you, of all people.
We may hear when we speak to the Graf.
fine.
The Graf may know. Maybe that's why he wants to speak with you.
So here's the outlying plan, and it's probably quite a long shot. Which is quite interesting considering the other news that we've got. It's basically a baron et baron connection through an alliance of marriage.
You want to marry Katerina?
See, I thought you yes,
Just-
but from an agreement perspective, or at least announce it publicly. But I also then need to sort out how the other stuff works, and also with Marguerite. because it's always been just a deal, right? It's always been the plan. I know. She's a very attractive woman. She's quite smart. I like her. But it's
Also-
always sort of been a handshake kind of situation.
Not necessarily someone I would want to piss off.
Who, Marguerite?
Yes.
Well, she's reasonable, eh? She is. She's
You gave your word.
yeah, but if explaining
No,
through...
you don't. Oh, something better has now come along.
No.
And I'm taken back.
It's
That's
not something better. Well, no, it is something better.
Yeah,
but
it's not done.
Unless she is, no longer with us.
Also, that is another part
To-
of it.
to be
But I'm not
fair-
doing... I should point out, that's not me being
What
callous.
would be the political question?
Yes.
What would be the benefit for Boris to have his baron of a daughter betrothed
Your
to
politics test, please.
this guy?
Can I assist?
No, not really. It'd be a separate test.
Well, he's so bad.
I mean, strategically, it's massive. You've got a massive bastion down south that's never been
Not really.
taken.
You don't have it anymore.
No, not Ubersreich. Castle
Black
two
Rock.
successes.
Yeah.
Black
Yeah,
Rock.
Newfoundland.
Newfoundland, that's it.
2 successes.
Mhm.
Okay, I thought you failed, by the way.
Yeah, but I spent a fortune point. Because I've got like 6.
I see.
Odds.
Should have
And
realised.
And this time I didn't roll 88 when I fortune pointed my roll.
Very loosely, is he the son of an elector count?
This guy.
Is he royal?
No.
No, then he needs to be.
Yeah.
There you go, nice and loose. So go kicking with Dad Karl Franz, then yeah, that would be a pretty good alliance. Other than that, highly unlikely. It would either be a local lord to keep it in the family, so to speak, and reinforce local politics, or alternatively, an external royal family. The chance of going to a non-royal family is almost none, especially one in a state of rebellion.
Personally, if Alexei had still been alive, I would have married her to Alexei.
Hmm.
Get a
Alexei,
whole other
interesting.
country's army.
Kislev.
Get-
Technically, Elric is royalty.
Technically, he's not.
Technically, he is.
Technically, he's not.
Um,
I can. Given who else is eligible in the Empire, he's not going to want to marry her to Europe. He'll marry her to someone local to consolidate, for instance, a Nordlander prince, or he'd marry her to an elector count or an elector count's son. If your papa can take Reichland, then absolutely.
if you could manage to wield Parakou, you'd be fine.
I don't think so.
Look at his little face
We-
light up.
Wielding the sword.
You're
does not make you
fantastic with
noble.
trauma.
Yeah.
And again, technically, then.
Yeah, wielding a sword that is of doubtful provenance does not make you an elector count.
Well,
Being an
it's
elector count makes you an elector count.
sort of a little bit kind of does though, in some ways. Right?
Well, then I'm an elector count.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. No, no, it doesn't work like that.
If Alexei was still alive, for example, that's who I would marry her to if I was Boris. Get a whole country's army instead of just a province. And
Just
bring Ostland under your heel while you're at it.
out of curiosity, what would that look like?
What do you mean, what would that look like?
Well, no, you just said if Alexei was still alive, that's why would you do that?
Because Alexei is a Kislevite prince.
Hmm.
And I would want to seal an alliance with a completely other country. I would then realm. I would then be able to crush Ostland, bring them on side. Nordland's already mine. I've defeated it once. Hochland, you could get with Talabek land. Half of the border lords of Hochland will be wanting to swear to him anyway.
Interesting. Okay.
Middenland, Karabakh will fall before him. He's been waiting for this. He and the Duke of Tame took Nordland, and they have been hungry for a war ever since.
Between each other or just in general?
But just in general, they
Okay.
took it together.
They're Ulrican.
Tame isn't.
Tame's
Tame
not.
is.
No,
Well,
Tame isn't. He's
yeah.
just
He's
a
a mercenary.
bloodthirsty.
He's a mercenary at that point.
This time it's you. Speaking of falling, I don't know if you've heard about the Temple of Ulrich and anything from there, but this place is either fallen or is going to fall, and I think we should get the hell out of here.
What do you mean by fall?
Do you mean literally?
No, like I mean like the souls of the people here will fall to, you know.
I don't know if you've heard, the High Capitular is back in town. Before the explosion, he'd returned. We've already cleansed the Temple of Sigma from the High Preceptor and the cultists who are under his sway, and we've begun steps to do the same thing in the Temple of Ulrich.
And do they have people from the Temple of Moor to deal with all these dead people?
Well, that I don't know. I mean,
There must have
There
been
is a
Morians
huge garden
here,
of
right?
more.
There have been Morians passing through.
Yes, there are Morians passing
Doomsayers,
through.
wandering doomsayers have been summoned back to the capital.
But are they still just slinging bodies over the side?
A bunch of them will be sent over the side, yes.
Look,
I
when
just-
something like this happens, you don't run. You, in the words of the good father, you pull together. You work together. United, we are much stronger than divided. And I know that civil war suggests division, but the Ulricans see things differently. The Ulricans see war as the crucible in which they are forged to hold off the North. Gerhard is sleeping. I hope he's all right.
No, I'm pondering.
and you're right, because Carver has to
Just
show
resting his
time and again, he's not the one we want leading the Empire to fight off a port from the north, is he?
It's just gone so far beyond stopping civil war now that I don't.
It's more about making sure
It's
the right people win.
making sure the right people win, making sure the right choices are made, making sure we stay together, you under my aegis, hidden, so we can be there to. If we hadn't been there, this palace would have blown up, probably anyway, but Boris would have been dead. That's what we did. We saved the electric hound so his flag could go up and his daughter's flag could go up and he could bring these people together. Without them being alive, more souls would be lost. We won a victory. Now, it doesn't feel like it, but we must have hope. And together, we are so much stronger. I have lost my way. I confess that, Leopold. And you and I have squabbled. And that does not become me or you. But mostly me. But we all lived. And the Graf lived.
Yeah.
And they wanted him dead. More than anything, they wanted Boris and they didn't get him. This was desperation.
This may buoy your spirits a little. You were concerned about Ronaldans in the city and what might have happened to them. There haven't been organised cultists of Ronald in the city for some time. There was a blessed priestess of Ronaldius some time ago. She died. She was killed, but she knew that we were coming, I think. Because
You know her name?
I don't think I got a name, did I? But I could talk to the High Capitular. He knew her. He met with her sort of regularly. And when he went to the scene of her murder, it wasn't at the scene of the murder, was it? No. But when he found her stuff, basically, and she left these for the blind man, and they're holy bones that I can divine with again. So she,
like dice to you,
yeah,
but knucklebones.
yeah, like they much like my old bones, they I don't see, so they don't glow, but they I can feel the holy power in them, and I'm able to divine with them again.
But wait.
Yeah, in a way that I haven't been able to since what happened with your father. And she left them for me. She knew that on some level that we were coming. I think we're on the right path.
I hope that's true.
Do you want a glass of wine?
No, I'm okay, thanks.
Okay.
Do you want a hug?
Not really, no, thanks. Constricted by things? No, thank you.
The good thing is, though, from your point there of failure to kill Boris, it's a good indicator that actually the cults that we've been working against didn't plan that explosion specifically. So then the Imperial agent was telling the truth.
But also,
Because
But also, Gahan, it doesn't actually matter. Nobody could see the moment in which Boris was saved.
What?
Nobody could see the moment in which Boris was saved. No one could predict it because I was there. So all of it's irrelevant. We say it was a win. We chose to save him because we believe that he is the right man to do the right job to help win this war that we are fighting. All the rest of it's irrelevant. We just have to be in the hidden moments and make it us, not them.
Mhm. We were the unseen spanner in the works.
Exactly.
Okay, that's good.
We should
So
rename
we-
ourselves.
Yeah.
Young Freud Spanners.
So we actually do have effects, and it's not just random points when everything goes a bit tits up and everything that we've done
But
is
we,
worth doing.
we saved the Graf.
Yes,
We
I
did.
know, but we've lost a lot of people on the way.
Those people would have died anyway.
And
no, they
That
wouldn't.
happens in war, my lord.
I know.
And we're
I
at
know.
war.
We've had the conversation.
You,
Fine.
Come on.
And as the party both commiserate and celebrate all at once, they draw closer and closer to the meeting with the Graf, who sends Knight's Panther to come and fetch them and take them over to the absolutely devastated palace, where they are to meet the Electrocount of the North, Boris Todbringer, who is not dead, and we did randomise that, and who is definitely ready for war. Let's find out what happens with him after the break.
Oh, hi there. This is Dan. Everyone thinks I'm going to mess this up, but I'm going to do a very good promo. Please keep watching us on LAWhammer, as we love doing the show and we love to entertain you every week. If you would like, you can join our Discord channel and talk to everyone and get abused by some of the cast members. Most likely me. And you can also smash that like button on YouTube, hit the bell, comment as much as you can for our algorithm gods. And we also have our Patreon, where you can see all of the rules that we use for free. And chuck us some money as well to help me buy socks. Thank you.
Our glorious heroes, redolent with their heroic natures, or wield, limp, or otherwise scrape their way forwards by Vorn Tugendheim, apparently the new standard bearer to Boris Todbringer, the Electrocount of Middenheim.
That's on camera.
That's a myth.
I'm sorry, Andy. That's embarrassing. Timestamp that.
So while
Close.
out there, I
The old
presume
popcorn.
someone like Hawk is making
Yeah.
a terrible gif of everything that was embarrassing right there. Our glorious heroes make their way up to Boris, who is sitting on a throne, which has been transferred from where it was to here. The main throne room itself was not destroyed. Or maybe it was, because it's not necessarily the most impressive throne. It has wolves carved upon it, but one could almost see this as nothing more than a particularly large chair. It has somewhat of a raised dais with 2 steps to reach up towards it, so perhaps this was once a throne room of some sort or another. He's in here nevertheless speaking to 3 other very bearded men, one of whom is clearly Elrican. He has the good old Howling Wolf on his side. As he turns around and sees them, right, you lot, fuck off. I want to speak to these lot. I'm not entirely... What did I fucking say? Get the fuck out! Today's not the day. Yes, of course. glowers over and then makes his way out.
Best behaviour every word.
Call him Highness, right?
Your Royal Highness.
As he cracks his knuckles audibly and goes, right, fucking hell. As he looks at the wheelchair torn apart. Fucking hell. Right, I've got a few things I need to say to you lot. Says, first, you, pointing over at Father Leopold, says, you were doing good work. Says, because of you, we managed to save the life of the ambassador. There was a riot. Ambassador from Reichland is currently, he says, in our custody. Which means that he's no longer going to be young. You had no idea.
Hung.
And he pauses for a moment, stares blankly, rubs at his jaw. He has no scars, bloody marks, cuts on him in the slightest. Right. You're a bit of a fucking mess, aren't you? Looks at you. How bad's your leg?
It'll heal, Your Majesty.
How long?
How long do they tell me?
About 3 weeks.
3 weeks?
That's too fucking long. The bastard will be away. You're fit, father. I've seen you running around. How about you, boy?
Not good.
How bad is it?
Bad, is it?
It's pretty bad. You can stand now.
Okay.
But the pain is often significant. Doing anything that involves, say, for example, urinating, bad.
Right.
And there's a lot of blood.
Okay.
Still. You're again hopeful that there's no internal injuries, can't be certain, but you know, a wound like this is just going to be prone to open if you're not careful.
What was the question you asked? How long, right? Yeah.
Say gut wound.
Um,
Tells him
it's a-
everything
yeah,
he
it's a
needs
gut
to know.
wound.
Yeah. Quite a major gut wound, I suppose.
How big?
Well, the hole, I think, about this big.
Oh, fuck.
But you know, still here. Literally pissing blood. But okay, considering.
How about the rest of you? Wounded? Badly? Not so badly? Right, I've got some things I need to say to you, and I want to hear a few things from you in turn. He says, I have it on first-hand authority that this were ordered by His Imperial Highness Karl Franz I of House Holsbury-Sleeston of Reichland, Count of the Western March, and fucking dick. He says, so I've got to ask all of you exactly where your allegiances lie. Now, I've spoken to most of my folk. I heard that you were all up and nobbing together again, so I thought, right, time to call them forward. Where do your allegiance lie? Obviously, my folk up here, their allegiance lies with doing the right thing. And the right thing, as we see it, is getting him off the bloody throne. I remember when we elected him in, this little snot-nosed shit. That's what he was. In fact, he reminded me a lot of you, except thick. Now, I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. He had a similar mien to him. He thought he was clever. He had things to say. But snot-nosed little shit. Unlike his father, who was a mean-spirited man. He wasn't exactly clever either. But he was besotted with countess from south. And his court wouldn't let them marry him. And he weren't weak enough to sort it out for himself. They'd already lined up marriage for him. He didn't want it. Not that it mattered. Now, whether it was him that ordered it or not, it doesn't matter. Whether he's pawn of his court or not, doesn't matter. What matters is we lost many, many good people from an order from his court. And there is no going back from that. There's just none. It can't be allowed to stand. Now, I'm aware that maybe one or two of you might have some issue with that. So let us make it clear. Let us all be very, very open with where we stand. I decorated you for your great service to Middenheim. And that comes in turn with a certain level of respect. So, whilst your opinions may differ, I will respect that and we'll have you escorted to borders. It's changed. It's not the same as it was last week. Oh, it's not even been a week. It's not the same as it was, 5 days ago? Then we were chasing down cultists, those who had fallen, and we could easily blame South. It would have played well in court, but this is different. This is war. Now, do I have a problem here? From any of you?
No, Your Majesty.
Well, that's one.
No, Your Majesty.
2,
No, Your Majesty.
3.
No, Your Majesty.
4.
I've taken a contract
With who?
with you.
Then do we have a problem?
Can I walk away from it?
You're a free man.
I
If
don't-
you want to walk, you walk.
I'm with my group.
And then ask again, do we have a problem with you?
If they don't, I don't.
I want to know what you think, not what they think. You matter. You carry a claw on your chest.
No problem for me.
That leaves you.
I'm of House Youngfreud. You understand our position, especially with the relationship between...
Oh, I don't care about fucking politics or trying to sound clever. I just want to know if there's a fucking problem or not.
No problem.
Get to the fucking point, right, Glanders? Bloody hell. It's quite simple. There's a fucking problem in front of us and we have to fucking stab it. He says. Now, there's going to be all sorts of that coming at me over the course of next few weeks. We're going to war. We've got a lot of summer left. And a lot of the lords of Middenland are going to fall behind my banner after it's what's happened here. The northern lords. And they would have rallied behind the Elsteins. Now they'll rally behind the Elsteins and the Elsteins will rally behind me after what's happened. I've already been in negotiation with several. We're making an official statement next week. Half of Middenland's declaring for me. Says, Middenheim's about to get a lot bigger. And there is currently some pressure for me to declare myself elect to Count of Middenland. No longer just Middenheim. I don't think that that is wise. I would rather have the bloody blade in my hand, although I do. I've got the blade of Middenland, but I would like to have Karaberg's blade too, just to be sure. Now, I'm telling you this because things have changed. And because you fucking idiots are the only ones who've actually seen that most of this is a big giant fuck up by someone else. Now, it might be a fuck up that goes right back to the palace, and it might be nothing to do with those who are in the palace. It doesn't matter anymore. It just doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that this war is controlled. Because the war's coming and it will go out of my hands very, very easily. There are going to be a lot of households looking for revenge. A quick tot up, 64 houses across the empire lost family from the Knights Panther alone. And it is publicly known this order came from the Imperial Court, which means the Reichsguard are going to suddenly have rebels. It's their same families And do you know how rich they've become, these Knights Panther? They're hiring mercenaries right now. The Knights Panther are declaring war, not me. The Knights Panther. They put out a call down to the southern fleets. They'll be up here by next year, which means they'll be sailing up the Reich. There's not a small number of them. They've got very strong deals with Marienburg. And Marienburg will be easy to bring in as an ally. All I need to say is, I won't attack you. In fact, I will accept you as an independent realm. We've still not recognised them. We consider them to be a state in rebellion from the Empire. I happen to have a Van der Kuyper in the city right now. He arrived yesterday. He was trading down in Delbert, heard what happened, came straight up here. I don't know if you know the Van der Kuypers. They're one of the richest families in Marienburg. They're the richest family in Marienburg. They're the richest family in the old world. Now, he can't speak on behalf of his family, but he can give a very strong idea as to what his family would think before he goes back to them. And we've had words. He thinks he's in a position to grant at least 20,000 troops and the Marienburg Navy, at least a part of it. I hold the Nordland Navy underneath my command. Strictly, it's underneath the command of the South, but it's on my territory. I'm seizing them now. What I'm telling you is that everything is proceeding apace, whether any individual likes it or not. And I'm attempting to control the storm because there are definite targets that have to be made, clearly taken out. And if I'm not controlling that storm, it will be everyone. On both sides. Maybe 3 sides, maybe 4. Now, you might say, why the fuck am I telling you all of this? What does it fucking matter to us? Well, it matters because you're the daft buggers who saw all this coming. And you're the daft buggers who said that you would go after the one that was probably responsible for doing this. Well, I have a few things to say. You're not entirely correct. Number 1, Dagmar, the traitorous fuck. Well, he was certainly doing what you were doing. He had nothing to do with this, though. This came from the court. Dagmar did not come from the court, as far as I can tell. Further, from what I can extrapolate from everything that I've been told now, many of the explosives that are down below are old. They've been there for some time. I've got a dwarf ally who's been down there, checking it all out. And after having some words with my son, Heinrich, he thinks he knows who was responsible. One of his flirts. He's devastated, but he thinks he's responsible. My son likes to get about a bit, and people tend to do stupid things in his behalf. It's not first time. One of the ladies at court once died because of one of his girls. Jealousy. This, though, he's been banished. The only thing that I can do, I should kill him, but I won't. He's my son, and I'm the fucking Graf, and I'll do what I fucking want. And I'm not killing my son. He did not mean this. It is not good to see a man like him cry, but he did. He's smart. He understands what's what. He's intending on going to Kislev, along with the Kislevites, returning with them, where he intends to further my intentions over there. He may be banished, but he's still my fucking son. and he knows what's what. Oh, he'll get his dick into all sorts of problems. He's a nightmare that way. But equally, that could be useful. So we are in a difficult position where we have to decide exactly what you intend to do. Because some of you are now very important in ways that you weren't before. Both in terms of what you represent and potential hostages. There's no point in pretending that's not the case. You're in Middenheim. We state it nice and clean. You are worth a lot of money. Whether you're a baron or not. I got informed this morning you might be baron. But apparently there's some child somewhere. That child better be found fast. Because whoever has that child is in a lot of danger. So, I brought you here to tell you what I would prefer and how that preference is slipping through me fingers as every day goes by and your broken bones and your open bellies make everything much harder. I would prefer you found that fucker Dagmar and found out what's what. You've shown skill at that. But it's been almost a week. 5 days. Now, he might be lost down there. He might know where he's going. In either case, he's gone. We had one of our boys trying to find him. She's a girl, sorry. Wizard. And they've got nothing more than down into rock. And I think I might be sending you down on a fool's errand. Unless, of course, you think you've got some way of tracking the fucker down. I can see the priest going, well.
I mean, we might.
Oh, fuck, it's going to be a conversation. And he bellows, oi, get some chairs in!
Majesty, before we go down that hole, quite literally, in your explanation of what's happening and what's moving, you've not mentioned the colleges. All these armies, all these men will go against the might of the combined colleges. He's already called them, I know, my family are spread across them all. They have mostly fled, but a lot of wizards are falling into the Emperor's cause.
Wizards are always trouble. We've got a fair few of them up here as well. Aldorf is not the only one that's got wizards. He says, and I'm an elect account, and I can fucking summon them just like anyone else can. Colleges might abstain. That's my intent.
Massive prick that he is, Gorman will take the field.
I know Gorman. I know him well. Went drinking with him last time I was down in Altdorf. He's got a prick the size of your arm, you know that.
No.
No, he is a prick the size of your arm. That's what I meant to say. He says, oh, he's got something stuffed right up his fucking arse and I don't know what it is. The whole purpose of him being there was to try and bleed information from me. It were unmanning. That's what it were. But even he must realise that what has happened is unacceptable. I don't care if he's friends with Karl Franz or not. I don't care. This is fucking unacceptable. This is not what the Empire is about. This is damn right anti-Sigmarite. Black powder as well. Fuck. It's designed for insult. That's what this is. Black powder. Fuck. You're right though. Colleges, their problem. I'm speaking to the guild. We've got a number, and we work things a bit differently up here.
To the best of Elric's knowledge,
Yes.
I think I've asked this before, apologies if I have.
Mhm.
None of his family have gone to Middenheim
No,
Guild.
not at all. They've always
they've
gone to
only
Aldorf.
gone to the colleges. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Would Gerhardt know the amount of people that each of the houses that he's mentioned, how many they could field?
Okay,
The
so
numbers
that's difficult to tell at any time. Many of the individual. Let's dial it back a little bit. Start at the foundation.
Okay.
Each one of the prime estates is responsible for drawing together a certain amount of state army regiments. State army regiments have a predefined size by Magnus the Pious, ranging from just a few hundred up to about 1,000. But they're very tightly defined to ensure that none get too big and none can reach a state of rebellion. You can't do what, for example, happened previous to Magnus pulling everything together and just get huge armies and go to war. That's all meant to be stopped.
And this is why the Thames, that's their loophole, isn't
That they use a loophole with mercenaries, and it's a big loophole and a glaringly obvious one that Magnus should have patched. And Tame has been using that almost since Magnus hiked it out and died. He is, as in the current Duke of Tame, is just the current incumbent of Trott's Marauders. They have been going for quite some time. So each one of the prime estates have got their own one, and marches generally are allowed more because they're sitting on borders than, say, for example, duchies, who have more than the smaller baronies. And the princedoms, who generally have, again, yet more on top, plus a whole host of historical reasons for some areas to have many more and some areas to have fewer. Helmgart, for example, in Reichland has got a good number more than it should, as does Ubersreich, which has also more than it probably should because it's a fortress town guarding one of the primary routes into Reichland.
Yeah.
So, cut a long story short, broadly, yes. In that you know approximate compositions, and Reichland is pretty easy to go. It's got 5 regiments here, another 5, another 10, 15, 20. And you know how big they approximately are. But that in no way says how good they are. Because many of them are tiny and purposely ill-trained because they literally don't care. They don't want to have to fund the state armies that were forced upon them by Magnus 200 years ago because they're no use. They don't do anything. Many of the state armies are used as watchmen, and they are literally just watchmen. The state army regiment is not a real state army. Most of the local areas in the empire are in fact guarded by militias, not even proper state army soldiers. Some of the state armies, for example, if you take a look at Tame, the 2 state army regiments that Tame have are tiny, really small. So if they're ever called on by Reichland, 2 very small state regiments arrive that are undertrained, underfunded, and not very good. While the next door is huge ones. But they have, instead, very well-funded, very well-trained mercenaries. So there are ways around it.
Okay.
So, cut long story short, it's complicated.
Right. Just based on numbers, because that's a lot of the. As much as training helps, obviously, it's a big swing or either way. How the people that Trott says he's bringing to bear, what's the sort of number difference between that and those that Karl Franz will be bringing to bear?
And you would imagine they were vastly outnumbered.
Who are?
You would imagine that Reichland, as a whole, would vastly outnumber the small rebellious forces.
Okay.
They might have skill, capability, but they're probably going to have to fight a guerrilla war through Reichland. The Reichsmarshal, Kurt Helborg, apparently, killer of your brother, is going to be in a position where he can call upon not just Reichland, but he can declare war.
Yeah.
And if he does, he can call upon the other grand provinces as well.
And then
Who could potentially not.
Who
heed
then
the
might
call.
then we start having do they respond? Do they not respond?
So then if you chucked Todbringer's potential lot in with the young Freuds and the...
Then Reichland's in trouble.
Yeah. Okay.
It's in trouble. It's a lot of army. It's a war. It's a
2
war.
fronts.
That doesn't mean that they'll lose. It just means they're in trouble. There's a lot of Middenlanders. And they know war in a way that Reichland does, in part. Reichland does not war anywhere near as much as Middenland. And Midlanders often want it, but then never. A nice way to put it, and to give you an analogy so you get it into your own head, is the Reichlanders are kind of like the English. Everyone sort of says they're not very good, but then they win everything.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
Ships.
Yeah, ships. Although in this case, the ships for Reichland are not very good.
The ships
but
are the
they're,
wizards.
they're surprisingly warlike, and then you go, but they're just floppy English, aren't they? And out come all the terrors that England can create. And they go to war, and they're awful. And Reichland are not entirely dissimilar from those stereotypes. They are just stereotypes. It's not the reality. But England has a pretty bloody past, as does Reichland. Reichland, pretty much, you could view it as conquered the empire. They made it.
Okay. It's good to know.
Yeah.
Just some numbers to leverage.
Yeah. So, all of that aside, Boris goes, so my preference would be for you to hunt this bastard down. Because he knows things. He were organising much of this, and who knows, he might even have known about their bombs. And if that's the case, well, I don't just want him drawn and quartered. I want him bled of every last secret the fucker has. And you held the bugger off. No better person to go chasing after them as far as I'm concerned. But you got a bloody broken leg and your guts are opened up, and if that's going to take weeks, he'll probably be not just gone, but long gone by the time we can move to that.
Your Majesty, have you heard news of his granddaughter, Marguerite, our ally?
No, nothing.
Perhaps if we go searching for her, she's best placed to find him, even if he gets away.
You got anywhere finding her?
Yes, potentially.
Do you,
What are you guys all talking about? You're all like, yeah, we've got ways. I'm like, what are they talking about?
Him.
I'm just waiting for someone to ask the fucking question.
I mean, it's so
I
fucking
can't
obvious.
ask the question.
No, you can't.
So I just like,
We're just sitting here going, is anyone going to ask
you
this?
can ask the question.
Yeah. Do we know where Dagmar is?
Let's find out. Do we know where Dagmar is? We might know where Dagmar is. It's a pass, so it's not a crit. But so a pass means revelation. I'm stunned for 10 minutes.
Right.
As confusing visions overwhelm me, the vision answers the question, but is open to misinterpretation.
Who are your D10?
I thought he was going to do his
5.
question when Boris was like, why the fuck are you here? You got, I'll agree that. Let's stick on
I
it.
was led here.
I followed a shining star.
The question comes from the Lady Knight of House Helstein. And Leopold holds his breath. He's half expecting what's about to come and half not expecting it, because you know sometimes when a question that is pregnant with possibility is dropped, sometimes he receives a vision.
Are we sitting down?
You are now.
Excellent.
Good. Chairs have been brought in.
We can
Good.
we
Grab
can,
onto the arms of the
we
chair.
can wheel a bit closer. So we can
Knuckles go a bit white as he shudders slightly. And before him, a huge pit opens and falls. And everything tumbles down, including my can of juice that I spilled right over my lap in a rather cold way. I feel like I'm...
Sure, you spilled your juice in your lap.
Bubblegum flavour.
Yeah, so many jokes potentially come to mind. Some of them involving Lindsay.
You've got
Again,
tissues.
join Patreon for the OnlyFans
You
link.
got tissues
You got
just
tissues.
there.
I've got
and an easy
tissues,
dice
good.
bag.
I can dab the tissues delicately.
Clip
so-
this. Clip this. Clip the tag.
That aside, a pit falls down. Gosh, it's so cold. It falls down.
The cold pit.
It's a
wet
freezing
pit.
wet pit. And Boris falls down there. They all fall down there. You fall down there, yet are somehow still at the top looking down at it all. As they all go tumbling down. And at the bottom, you see a hand, purple, dripping purple, catching them one after the other and squeezing tight. As it squeezes, they fall, including yourself, as corpses. Purple hand is still down there. And it's preparing its next move. And that next move directly involves you and Boris.
Although we'll probably refer to them as a purple paw.
Well, shit.
So anyway, he's long gone.
It's all
Never be
fine.
found.
We should just leave Middenheim now and never speak of this again.
Boris, go to war now.
It's fine. Nothing to see here as Boris looks on at him as he clutches tightly to the throne and shakes. Boris looks at him. You all right?
He's one of
As-
our secret weapons, Your Majesty.
As then light spills out from behind his bandages about his eyes. Right. Fuck.
Give him a minute or two. And
Possibly up to
he'll
10.
usually come around. He's not fallen down, so it's a good one.
Yeah.
He's not shit himself either. That does happen sometimes.
So what exactly is this?
Divine revelation, Your Majesty.
You're saying Sigma speaks through him.
Yes.
That's fucking handy.
Yep.
Says, and he's speaking to him right here in my palace.
Yes, sir.
Well, if ever I needed validation, that were it.
It's a day for validation, clearly.
Someone else is having a vision, so I must be right.
He's an oracle of Sigma, Your Majesty.
And he finds himself in my court and not in the south. That says something too, don't it?
Got a good elf guide.
All right. Well, what does Sigma say then?
I'll get back to you in about another 4 minutes.
Sometimes he narrates them. What does that?
Does he narrate it live this time?
No. And he doesn't narrate live, nor does everyone else experience said vision.
I don't think he'd appreciate being squished by a purple hand like live from you. I don't know.
As then the good Father Leopold shouts out as the life is squeezed from him in his vision. As he goes, fuck.
No, it sort of happens occasionally. You just have
We're
to
all-
deal with it.
We've
As
got a book
he
out.
then goes
Play cards.
stock straight and starts to shake. You might need to hold him in case he hurts himself.
I have somebody else.
Yeah.
Put something between his teeth.
Yeah. As the vision begins to subside. And then you're 3, 2, 1, back in the room. Panting heavily.
Oh, the men are waiting.
Okay.
It's all right. You're back.
Huh. As you come out of it, you realise that not everybody fell to their death down there. Didn't see Aluminum.
What would you?
Sigmar can't either, so.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the.
No. I intuited that.
Smart.
Super nerd.
Which means I should come with him.
Shh.
He's still down there with the rest of his cult, and they're plotting for us, coming after us, you, Your Majesty, and us. I saw their great hand crushing the life out of each and every one of us.
Divine revelation. Fuck that.
It doesn't surprise me.
Folds his arms. Fuck that. Looks at you. You can sense the weight of his eyes upon you. as he looks and he goes, well, what the fuck is that then? You're saying that Sigma is telling what? Us to go down there and twat this man?
He's telling us they're waiting down there, plotting against us, and that they mean to end us. Whether that means we should go down and strike
Is
first.
this how you got here? Were you following in footsteps of gods?
Yeah.
What the
Yes.
fuck?
Kind of.
Yeah.
Well,
Why is the cult not taking you?
I didn't let them.
I approve. Says,
I'm lucky, I think, in that my superior, my order, the High Capitular, was sympathetic.
I capitula. He knows about this. He's alright. Tried to make me confess. I did it once and he came out ears bleeding. Oh, bloody hell. Gods.
Is there any way we can
Fuck.
speed up the healing, Gerhardt? I can't sit
No.
around for another 3 weeks.
Yeah, no, there's nothing I can really do, but that doesn't necessarily mean there aren't other ways of doing it. Sort of somebody who has infinite more resources than we do,
I mean,
who might be able to help us in
in the
terms of.
past, Elric has put Gyron into people to try and
But that's like minor stuff.
yeah,
Regrowth.
to
That'll be
allow
like,
the body
yeah.
to.
that'll be like, say, a week's worth of healing drops down to 6.5 days or 7 days or something. It's a small amount.
Better
Yeah,
than nothing.
indeed.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be significantly changing the healing process. As he goes, right.
Because you can't go down there without.
How comfortable are you with wizards?
We travel with.
Doesn't mean you're comfortable with them. Once they get their fingers into you. I mean, I know one jade wizard who'll only fuck you to heal you.
It does work.
There are worse ways.
Exactly that. That's exactly what he says. It does work, though. I'm telling you. Filthy fucker. He was going after Stephanie, he was. He got thrown out in his ear.
It may have. Well, I will not speak ill of the dead.
I want to rend Dagmar limb from limb, so I'll do whatever it takes.
Right, summon him.
I think there's time for us to talk about strategy rather than rushing in. This is different Majesty now. He did not know men really of us. He knew things, but now he knows us. Now he will expect us to come for him.
Not everything.
It will be it, but
No, but now he sees us as a threat.
yes, he will be prepared. And I don't like saying this, but we got lucky the last time. He was not expecting the power that we showed.
Yeah.
He is massively more than me. I am not a match for him. I was on that night, but that was the blessing of the gods. It was not something that I think would be repeated.
Right, you lot. You have yourself a good think about how you'd like to approach this whole thing. I'll send for this Jade wizard. He'll be here probably by the morrow. He hangs around outside Middenheim, helping folk out. He's got a contract, so he don't go nowhere. I mean, I employed him. I just wouldn't have him fuck my son. A word would have got out. I asked him if we could do it other way around. Apparently no. You come up with some sort of plan, tell me what your needs are, and we'll see about throwing you down below if we can.
Mhm.
I don't think anyone else can rightly do it. You've already destabilised him once, and maybe you'll be able to get hold of that daughter of his. If you've got divine aid on your side, then you're probably better placed than anyone else.
Your Majesty, can I ask what resources the palace will be able to provide us with?
Fuck knows.
That's
Says,
what we need.
I know it's
We're assessing everything just now, and we're preparing for war.
Okay.
We can't afford to throw good men at nothing.
Ah.
Simultaneously, though, if you think you've got a need, you bring that need to us, and we will ensure that it is fulfilled if it is reasonable.
Okay. Thank you.
I want you to succeed. It's that simple. I want you to succeed. But I'm not going to be sending anyone along with you that I think might die if I can use them for something else.
Timescale. When do you see troops on the ground moving?
Oh, we're doing a declaration next week, and there's going to be movements for a good 2 weeks after that. So we're not going to be really moving for at least a month.
So Vanguard, then.
Oh, they're already moving.
Okay.
We've already got the scouts heading south.
You also mentioned, well, when we were in that cellar for that extended period of time.
The armory.
Yes, the armory, underground. My father's plight, and obviously this sort of has a little bit of an alignment.
It doesn't understand your concern. Your father's a natural ally, and assuming that he's willing to ally, we are definitely of a similar thought.
You mentioned you potentially had a way to get a letter to him.
Right.
Or correspondence.
More likely to go through to Tame.
Would I be able to attach a letter to your...
If you want to send letter down. I would say, though, make sure it's something you'd trust passing through the hands of their trots.
I think everything's fine in that letter.
I'll check it for you, God.
Yeah? Would you?
Yeah. You went through many iterations.
Yes, I did.
I'll check it for you, God.
You sure?
Of course.
All right.
I know Trot. I know your father.
Right, yes, thank you, I suppose.
Looks uncomfortable.
Again.
The wizard, the Jade Wizard, and my current condition in terms of the whole wenching-us thing, is that potentially going to get picked
You've
up?
no idea.
Right, okay.
You might want to ask Elric after.
Yes.
Or before.
What's your Boris?
Probably, yeah.
Eric, come have a look.
That's a very different healing.
Does he know?
Distract him! Go!
All right, you got your task. Have a good think about it. We'll chat tomorrow. And if all's good, you might be ship it out fast. If it's not, then you might not be. Do consider what you need. Aye. Right, fuck off.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Majesty.
Fuck. Fucking gods.
It's just
He
the one
says-
god, really.
Don't worry, the headaches
It's all
get better
Ladriel.
after a while.
He
once
clutches
you
at his
wrap your
head.
head round it.
So, as you're back at the Wolfenplatz, off to the side.
After you call him Your Majesty once, then you're supposed to call him Sir.
Yes, you are.
No, I knew
Just
that.
for the next time.
I thought he would correct us, but okay.
You
I
did
mean,
not.
I'm technically High Father, but I didn't want to correct him.
Do we have to say that every time we see you?
You
I
can,
mean,
you can just call me Loophole.
We sort of do anyway.
Hi, Father.
Yeah. Hi, Father. Walk out of the room. Bye, Father.
Yeah. I've run out of weird route, otherwise I'd be extremely High Father.
That's quite good. Do you want to get some? Cool.
Okay.
So back at the palace.
Mhm.
What's your plan?
We need to figure out what we already know about Dagmar and what would have been handy going into that last fight. I think we need more magic.
Always a stopping magic.
You did
what-
pretty
yes.
well.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, but
Mm.
Elric doesn't have
Elric
a
looks
limited
confident.
number of fate points, so let's not make
Yeah, but
us-
we don't know.
You don't know that.
No,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
But
yeah.
no, but
Yeah,
Elric
well.
knows.
That he was
Elric
pushed
and
hard.
Alamenoite
Yes,
knows
yeah,
that
totally.
she did nothing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You know,
yeah. Elric knows that
like
he
she was
pushed
looking
to
at
the extreme.
Elric going, I've never seen him channel like that.
He's
Oh my
never seen
god,
him
it
speak
was
himself to either.
exceptional.
Yeah,
So we
totally.
do know that.
Yeah, dwarfs would be handy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Dwarfs, they'd be good in tunnels. They're naturally,
And resistant to magic.
yeah.
But there
Are
is
they going to work with us because of, you know?
one
Well,
small...
Well, most of
we've
them have
got-
left.
But
Yeah.
there are some.
yeah,
We have
but
Valera.
there is that little
And hopefully,
complexity.
word has been sent out to them.
For all the good it will do.
Well,
Dwarves.
I think they've sent word, but
But
I-
they,
I
you know what dwarves are like.
yeah,
but
they've
also
gone to
direct
claim
apology.
their
Yep.
Of-
their hold. They're not going to turn around and ignore that.
Even
Seems
with the
fair.
apology, they have declared that they're going to do
Yeah.
it. So they will, as Elric says,
We
they will.
need, and this might be a big ask, artifacts. Things that will aid us. He had several that protected him. We did not have anything of the same. So if there is...
In particular, something that might limit their ability to use magic.
What about the High Capitular? Can he not provide you with some?
I can ask.
An hour of work as
Especially
well.
if the Graf asks him
Mhm.
directly.
Maybe we could get our hands on the witch hunter stuff, the one that died recently.
What one that
Yeah,
died?
I mean, there was a political complexity there because it's a different order from the High Capitular, so that those artifacts belong to the Templars.
They could be
That being said,
delayed.
in extremis, they may be mislaid while there's no ranking members of the Templar in the temple.
Okay, we don't,
Temporarily.
The High Capitular has shown himself to have more moral flexibility than I expected.
Also, the
That's
Wizards
what you
Guild,
want in a priest.
Just hanging out with a high priestess of renown.
the Wizards Guild are also in his direct command. So we could ask if we know Spengler's still alive but wounded. We can ask Spengler if he thinks there's anything that they could provide us that would ward us from magic.
Yeah, they may have artifacts.
But remember, what may ward us may also not allow me to
Well,
do what I need to do.
You just, stand 10 feet in front of us.
well,
Is it right in the line of fire?
You will die.
is this? It's
You'll
a
be fine,
reasonable
Albert.
start, but are we just using magic to fight magic, which might necessarily be sort of fueling the fire? So do we want to look at non-magical ways to suppress magical ability?
Isn't
Bertie,
that
you
what
know,
the divine is?
I thought we've had some conversations about this.
I don't have any way of stopping magic.
No, but the High Capitular may have some.
He may
Artifacts
have lesser
that
artifacts,
suppress.
but he also may not.
Are those not magical? The artifacts?
No, they're
Holy.
divine.
Blessed. Sacred.
Okay.
Although,
Now is not the time for spiritual
just
equivocation.
one of your prayers seemed to fail around him. Maybe that's skull.
Okay, so same thing.
But no, like mundane things as well. But
Also, sometimes they just don't manifest. So we
What do you think, Bernie? You seem to have something in your mind.
Well, I think we have to think very carefully about the fact that he won't be on his own and that the rest of the cult may not be human.
Oh yeah, good shout.
In fact, they're probably not. We know that my ex-employers
So
have
you-
been infiltrated.
So you think he maybe has rallied the forces from them?
Maybe not directly, maybe through go-betweens.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think there's every possibility that he's got the grace here that raised me
What's that?
is no longer there.
what's a grace here?
Important
Okay,
magical
right.
rat
Do
person.
you
Beastman.
Beastman.
Keep your language clean, Beastman.
Yeah, Beastman.
investment? Do your
worst.
you know in your sort of old job, lack of a better term, you got rid of, let's say, individuals. Any magical individuals that you did that for with? Any?
Nobody messes with the grace here.
No, I just mean sort of other magical individuals, not necessarily of their.
There
of
are
your
no
time.
other ones of that sort.
I don't know. Did you kill any other wizards, human ones?
Did I?
No.
No.
Okay, right.
No.
Did you ever train for it?
No.
Do you have or know any you know poisons, right?
Well, yeah, some.
Do you know anything that sort of suppresses magical ability? Anything like that?
No, I was more
Well,
interested
you know,
in
if
killing
they're dead.
people. Yes. Yeah. Stopping magical abilities is best when their head is removed from their body.
But also,
Yeah.
just to keep us on track, we know he's not really alive.
Hmm.
So I don't know if poisons are the right avenue.
What about
Well,
a priest of Moor or somebody who doesn't like necromancy?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Priest of Moor. Added to the list.
Okay.
I mean,
So
We all
we also need to bear in mind that
Get
if we're
that.
going to go down with dwarves, they hate the
Beastmen.
Beastmen, and they're going to need to be briefed that there are some.
There would be no briefing. Everyone would die. Dwarves are a bad ally.
Father.
If you're wanting to have open communication, you can't go with dwarves.
Exactly.
In fact,
That's my
arguably,
worry.
you can't go with anyone.
Yeah.
Loophole.
If you're wanting to communicate.
And you know, there is an element of using them against each other. There will be factions.
Yeah.
So we will need to play them off against each other. It's how society works.
Okay.
Is Leopold's refractory period done? Can I ask you a question to...
Have you got the talent more than once?
No, I've only got once. I'm afraid.
Because
Next
getting
session.
Tune in next
That
session.
came
So
realistically-
let's stall and stall and
Yeah.
stall.
Have
Let's
you
do
got
the
any
next
other
session in real
talents?
time.
if we can find Marguerite,
Mm.
she can stand.
Yes.
She, I
That-
think, was a very obvious first
Yeah.
step.
We just have to find Marguerite.
But we need to know, is it
And-
worth looking for her? Do you know what I mean?
I mean, that could be the beginning of our next
Well,
session,
yeah.
I suppose.
It's worth noting that even if Marguerite is dead, she won't actually be dead because she was already dead.
Is there a chance that she was captured?
She's double dead, so she's alive.
Gerhardt's making faces.
You're not getting out of this contract.
The fact that Marguerite hasn't come
forever.
back,
Oh.
the fact that Marguerite hasn't come back suggests she's either badly wounded where we left her, not dying because she's Marguerite and she needs us to go rescue her, or she's been captured.
Well,
Or third
lost.
option.
lost, yeah.
Yeah.
We-
Lost is the most
I
obvious.
All
couldn't
lost.
find my way
Um,
back where we were. We needed the guide, so maybe the guide was killed.
In which case, she's probably just sat down and is waiting for us and not understanding why we're not coming back for her.
She might have heard the explosion.
Marguerite mentioned when she met her father, grandfather. I'm doing it now. Oh.
From the family.
There was a halfling that knew of. That's it. Yeah, Pilbury, who knew of Dagmar and had spent a lot of time with him. Is it possible that we could find this halfling potentially? See what he would know, and also,
Isn't he dead?
is he?
Wait, is he?
Well, he
They
was
had a
ancient.
conversation. They had a
Well, no, Marguerite
conversation.
No,
met
she
him.
met him.
last week,
Last week. So,
And what wasn't it?
so yeah, I mean,
and they those
Toss it going.
barrels that
Well,
blew up.
why-
Didn't it
why
say
don't we
"Love
just-
Pilbury" or
look-
whatever next to it?
Um,
Or did it just say "Fuck you, cultists"?
They'd say, fuck you,
Why
cultists.
don't we just go
I'll
down
do
to where we last saw her and see if she's still there?
You'll need a guide.
I will
Yeah.
need to make contact, which means I need to get this fixed.
No, we're getting that fixed. The
Yeah.
Jade will...
so on
Sorry,
that,
Jane.
He better be good.
do you need to make contact at every time to kind of?
It makes sense. I'm not sure I can navigate the tunnels back to where we had agreed.
The
But-
reason I ask is I've been, along with my promotion comes responsibilities, and I've been given orders. I have to chart the path down to the Silver Flame.
Oh right.
Oh,
So if there's a way to do that, avoiding passing through,
It would be if you went along.
Two birds,
Yeah.
one stone.
yes.
Very good.
Yeah. Well, that's not a problem. We can
Yeah.
do that as we go.
What about basic requirements? Swords, armor, things like that. Anybody need? I could do with a decent breastplate personally.
I'm going
Leather's
to
sort of.
need a squire
You need
to
a
help me on and off
It
with the
might-
armour.
squire.
Just
It
ask,
might be
They're going
good
to
to
give me one.
armour
I
yourself,
wouldn't worry
Gerhard,
about it.
Yes.
because it will
can
block ether
Horse?
flows from you,
Oh.
so that if you lose control or inadvertently try and channel, it should hinder it. That's why
Right.
I don't wear metal.
But if I do, it would. Okay.
Yes, you
a good
should.
idea.
Since it's just
Maybe.
us in the room, we should maybe talk about that little incident just before the explosion,
What incident?
where you set the bed on fire.
What?
Yeah, that wasn't part of the. You remember the water and the
Yeah, I
splash?
just woke up and I thought you threw water at me, and then a lot of stuff has happened since then.
But no, there was tremendous flows of actuay.
Yes.
It would not surprise me if you
His eyes were
inadvertently
glowing.
were overwhelmed by it.
Yes.
I thought for now it was just
Any wind can overwhelm someone sensitive.
right. Okay.
shall we just ask to
New
be
teacher.
shall we just ask to be equipped? As a
Adventuring
royal
party.
adventuring party. I mean, we don't need to.
wait. In all seriousness, though,
Lanterns.
didn't Didn't he say that the heraldry would let you know the right
Yeah,
families?
it would. Yeah, I've just got to go and look at some swordfish
So
stuff. Yeah.
like if we can find if there are any
Houses.
nobles of those houses in Middenheim right now, but we can ask the Graf to ask them to come with us.
Yeah, but just because they're in their family doesn't mean they
Yeah.
know
I've
the
got to find
secret.
them, right,
Doesn't
but
mean they are the.
But they might.
Well,
It's better than nothing.
We don't want them to come with us.
No,
But
no,
also,
no.
he's already
we
said
just
he
straight
won't
to
send people down with us if
Yeah.
he thinks
But
they're
we-
going to die.
I have no idea what you're asking for there.
Is there a
Swordfish.
swordfish handshake? So you know how
No.
it's the Masons, the weird
No.
do that or whatever it is.
I heard
Straightforward.
I heard a different word to handshake.
We-
Okay. The answer is no.
We
The old
talked-
swordfish hand J.
We
That's
talked
what
how
I
you know.
heard, but
Yeah.
sure.
and we asked them if they have any eccentric uncles or aunts or black sheep of the family, because
Or
if they're
if
all
they
like
knew
Sigfeder,
Sigfeder.
Oh,
yes,
that's good.
Yeah.
He's been around here lots.
you know you're back.
Nice. No teacher, no Sigfeder.
I was talking to a spirit. Sorry.
And away she goes again.
So you need a squire. Do they not provide you with one?
Yeah, they will.
She
Okay.
actually said that to you, but you'd already moved.
I'm
on to
sorry,
something
I was
else.
thinking of other things. I do apologise.
So, an evening of some debate, which appears to have reached a point of circular, where there is quite clearly a need for certain things that you don't have.
We need access to the bathhouse.
For example,
Bathhouse.
If we're meeting the
Spa day?
beastmen,
Spa day?
you come back with nothing that you took with you. How are we gonna take our stuff and then lose it immediately?
There's a reason I don't come back with my stuff.
Okay.
It's because I can move around more freely if I'm not wearing anything, because that's how they're used to seeing me, and they assume I'm on a mission for my master.
Oh, right. So do we
So you
have to...
have to be naked.
You guys will probably end up as slaves unless we act very carefully. So
don't let them get anywhere near them.
yes,
Go off to your own thing, come back later.
yes.
So, that being the case, there's a couple of things to organise. Number one, your list of needs. That seems to be relatively easily organised. Number two, between now and the next day, what extras are involved? Well, number one, we have a Jade Wizard. A Jade Wizard who will arrive. His name is Marcus Veslinga, and he has ginger hair, an exceedingly big nose, and is more than willing to help out in any way that he possibly can. He literally did not know what had happened in Middenheim. He'd just been summoned. He hadn't been summoned before that because Boris doesn't like him. Really doesn't like him, but needs must. And here he is. He's a short chap, not much more than about 5'3", and he is very much of the belief that he can help out, and he can help out through a variety of spells. He specializes in spells of fertility, bringing life to fields, bringing life to people, bringing life to couples, from bringing fertility to life, helping people get pregnant. That is his thing. He, however, is quite involved in terms of how exactly he casts his spells. He very much believes in the use of certain spell ingredients which are fluid, which is definitely a way to cast your magic. So that's obviously going to make it easier or less easy for some people to involve with. Basic spells, such as being able to heal someone who's got big scabby noses and lots of cuts and bruises, pretty easy. He can do that with ease. It's obviously a casting each time, and we'll see how that goes. Something like dealing with a deep critical wound, that's a completely different kettle of fish, and that involves a little bit more intimacy.
I'm more worried about getting found out as a witch than anything else.
Well, did you ask Ulrich?
I'm about to. This wizard person coming along to do the old healing thing. However, it sounds like it's quite an intimate interaction from what we've been told. Is that going to be a problem in terms of being picked up with the ability to cast? Because right now, I'm sort of a free agent because I am. But if I am picked up, I'm picked up, and I have to go to a college sort of thing.
Correct.
So
Okay, I give you what you know. The ability to detect magic is in terms of others, and that they're wizards if they haven't been, is really, really rare.
Yeah.
It's really, really rare. You're only aware of in the colleges one who can do it. Other than that, the ability to test if someone is capable of magic, that's a skill that can be taught. And if he was tested, then he almost certainly would pass or fail, depending on how one views that test. That test.
But also, so would nearly everyone in this group.
Very possibly, yes.
Yeah.
Because many of them would.
To a degree.
Yeah, totally. And then the colleges then make a call as to do they need to be rendered safe. And he would be picked up if they did that. But the chance of a random jade wizard being capable of also just knowing if someone else is a wizard is, as far as you're concerned, super small.
I'm not going to lie. You
Right.
might.
Okay.
If you enjoy yourself, it's probably less likely he would guess. So don't fake. Just get into it, is what I'm saying.
I'm mostly laughing at
I'm trying to keep character.
I think you're doing exactly what she'd be doing.
Right.
Right, see me right.
It's your wind after all, deception.
That's true. I suppose Sigfeder would sort of push it that way as well.
And you leave him stew on for a little bit.
Just
And
lie
then-
back and think of who to strike.
No, if a wizard could detect that you were capable,
Right.
several wizards would have stopped you already.
Oh.
Yeah, that's true.
Fine.
There's multiple opportunities.
Don't channel next to him, he may be sensitive.
I don't know how to do it.
Well, just control your emotions.
Well, that's easier said than done.
Maybe
It's not sort of my natural
Don't sleep.
state.
Maybe it would be better if you were in the room at the same time. And me.
No, that's not going to help at all.
It might
Yes,
help.
it will.
Yeah.
I channel Olgu. If you show any signs of it, I'll just wick it away.
She just wants to watch.
I
No.
don't think.
Maybe off some
I'm
tips.
not entirely comfortable with this, let alone
So
other
just
people
me
being there.
in the room.
No.
I don't have to wear clothes.
Nor me.
Again, not very helpful.
It is for your almanac or your thesis. What are you calling it?
Probably more of a thesis, I think.
It's fan
Realistically.
fiction.
You could get a head start on it.
Oh,
Spread
this is
some
just-
head.
And hey, you saw me naked last night, so I
Right,
don't think
fine.
there's any problem
Well,
with
no,
that.
I've seen you naked loads of times, so
Yeah,
this
that's
doesn't matter.
Yeah, see, that's fine.
And it's not about that, is it? But it's I'm not a very free person when it comes to this sort of thing. All right?
Really?
Yes, I know it seems like I might be, but it's just, I'm told that I have a rakish appearance, and realistically, just women swim around me before.
Maybe you just need the experience.
I suppose.
And you can drink. That helps.
Well, I'm sort of continually doing that at the moment. All right, fine. Okay, so that's set aside.
Euphoric or two.
Nobody's watching.
I will turn my back and remove my clothes.
Why are you in the room?
It's good.
For the Olgu.
If you lose control,
Mm-hmm.
you really get into it.
Fine. Okay.
And then I'll be there to help you.
Yeah.
Just in case.
Exactly.
All right.
It's
I'll
just
but
sex,
I'll
it's
just
a
take my bottoms
transaction.
off. I leave my top on.
Oh no, no,
What?
no.
Just
That's-
no.
That's cruel.
Like
Okay.
Winnie the Pooh.
Winnie the Pooh.
Not full Winnie the
Donald
Top
Duck in
off,
it.
boots on,
I love it.
Terrible.
staff.
Right. Okay. Fine.
Please, yes.
If we're doing this, right?
We're doing it.
Right. Fine. But I want a non-negotiable from the list. Something that I want to do that we go and do. All right.
I'm not doing another trap.
No. No.
And
Not
not a
that.
trap within a trap.
Nope.
to be
That's
clear.
fine. Don't want to do that.
All right, non-negotiable.
Non-negotiable
Yeah,
from the list?
You've got it.
Right. Fine. Not happy about it. Usually it's like 3 dates and then you have some. All right. Fine. I mean, I haven't really spoken to him either.
Well, it's going to be a foursome, and you've already been on dates
What?
with us. so-
I thought you were just in the room.
Oh yeah, we will be.
Had sex, right?
Yes. No, yes.
Who had this on their bingo card for today's episode?
With other people.
It's with other people.
Okay.
It's part of a little bit of the league. You sort of have to
Right.
kind of,
I tell you what.
and it's not. I suppose technically, I've been in some what would be described as an orgy, but it just wasn't. It wasn't an enjoyable experience in any way, shape,
A
or form.
gangbang or a tag shag?
What is that?
Right, well, a gangbang is when they're all fucking you at once. Or you're all fucking the fucky at once. And a tag shag is when they come in and out, in a queue.
Like
They sort of high five as they come in, yeah.
I suppose no. It really wasn't.
like a
It wasn't
court,
any of
like
those.
a series of
Yeah,
courses.
yeah. There's also a ruck fuck.
Right.
Slightly different again.
How do you know about this?
Well, that's a question, isn't it?
Fan fiction.
Okay, fine. It wasn't those first two, so I suppose it's whatever that other one was. What was
Yeah,
that?
that's more like when it's just a mess. It's a
Free-for-all.
a free for all.
Yeah, okay, it's probably more that.
Yeah.
Like whose leg is this? Okay.
There was a lot of
Literally.
a lot of booze. I wasn't entirely sort of towards the end of the experience of the league, and not a good time realistically. But fine. Why? All right. Well, my non-negotiable then.
Pat him on the head.
My non-negotiable is that we go and speak to the halfling.
Or try to speak to
Or
that.
try to speak to the halfling because I think he'll know. He would have worked with Dagmar for an extended period of
There's a
time.
big question there. Where
Yeah.
the hell's the Fafley?
I don't know. We'll find out.
Pretty sure that the news has popped out somewhere.
Andy.
Out of character, I know where he is.
Yeah.
Right.
In character, we don't.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But I'm taking something for this. All right. So I'm taking something for me.
Oh, yeah.
Do you understand that?
You're taking
Exactly. Exactly, Dan.
Lindsay just died in the corner.
Remember, he made a point of a
That's
big
all.
nose.
Holy crap.
I like how nobody's worried about birds.
Birdie!
Well, to be fair, he said that and you were like, all right.
That's fine. I'm very practical. However, what I will do, I will make a deal with you. I'll go first, and then I can brief you.
Nope. Don't need that.
You sure?
Yep.
I can give you some hints and
Nope.
tips.
Don't need it.
Oh, well.
You're trying to avoid sloppy seconds.
Well, there is that too. But hey, you'll have to go on top though, which is not my usual because leg.
No, but do you want to go to the bathhouse?
No, Leopold has a completely different issue to
I
resolve.
probably have to go to the
following
temple,
Wednesday.
but-
Yeah.
Indeed,
Yeah.
temple and checking down if there is anything to hand, and also
And not to tell the High Capitular what is going on in the palace.
wise, and also receiving a new novitiate.
Yes.
A new novitiate, indeed, who is, I think, perhaps, as may be unexpected given what you have been tasked to do, a cartographer.
Oh.
I did make marks.
I'll call you New Niels.
So we can just follow those to the way.
Her name,
It's a name.
to really make things confusing, is Emmanuel. Because there's far too many of those. And she is another Emmanuel, and she is from the south, from Visenland. And just to make it even more,
How did she get up here?
that is
Probably on
indeed
a barge.
a question
Making
that
a
will
map.
be answered in time. And yes, probably on a barge, to be relatively blunt about it. And she is a mighty 19 years old and a novitiate of the order, and has been already briefed by the High Capitular with, I think I can sum up the brief as something like this. I've just been told I have to do everything that you say, and that some of the orders might be unexpected and odd, and that I'm going to be making my way down beneath the city of Middenheim, and that concerns me. She says,
Understandably.
but the High Capitular was quite convinced that this was the correct way for me to be best initiated into the order, and he told me that you were quite firmly blessed by Sigma himself, which is something that one should always listen to, and he then reaffirmed that you might tell me to do some things that would normally be unexpected for the order, which concerns me. She says, you're blind. He didn't say that. He says, am I now your eyes?
At times, it's good. useful for you to know that although I am blind, I can perceive things better than you might expect. I'm not merely a blessed priest, I'm an oracle. Sigmar speaks through me. You best get used to that.
Gulp. He said I would have to get used to some things that I might not prefer to get used to, and I'm quite concerned about that also.
Know that my companions will say a lot of things, but they're mostly harmless.
Companions.
They may tease you a little bit. They teased my last novitiate.
No, we just ignored him.
No.
No, I actively.
This pair were awful. Awful to him.
Well, he was awful.
I take it you were pointing at.
Yes, yeah. We're going past you. Past
Yeah,
you.
that's fine, because I was like, I don't remember talking to Nils.
Then I shall go and
We were team
collect
ignore.
all of my bags and get prepared to go wherever it is that you're leading me. I shall be at your side and I shall be your eyes, and I shall do everything that I can to ensure that I do not fail you.
I'm sure you won't, Emmanuel.
To the rook fuck.
You're gonna keep her away from the palace while that's going on? Is that doable? Can we?
Yes.
Can
The
Leopold have
like-
asked what the name of the Ranelden was? Well, since he's going back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to take what happens there as a side stream.
Okay.
Because there's quite a lot of packages of information that are worth
Cool.
dropping over there.
Because presumably I'm also gonna, go on the beg, borrow,
Exactly.
scrounge for.
And that big
artifacts.
borrow scrounge requires its own little side stream. I won't be doing a side stream with our Jade Wizard because we don't really need to do much there beyond simply say, this is him. Wow. Right, so I was told, he says, that, what's your problem with your injuries then? What's up with your love?
Broken leg.
Yeah, that's easy. Spunk
Bang
on
to
your
the
leg.
noggin.
He says, I just need to spunk on your leg.
Oh,
He says,
I'm kind of disappointed.
what, you are?
I was led to believe it would slightly
that's
more
not
involved.
the typical response. He says, I was told I was to be blunt with you, so I am, and I'm a little bit surprised at that, if I'm honest, between you and me.
That's fine. I'm
What
very
were you
blunt.
expecting?
Get some money.
Well, we were led to believe there would be a slightly more intimate element to it. But hey,
I've been told I'm not supposed to do that.
is it more effective?
Do you want it to be? He says,
Be honest, is it more effective?
Poor guy. Not for a broken leg. You can see it
And
in
a
his face.
concussion and a burned arm.
She's a noble.
not really.
Oh well.
He says, if you were looking to get pregnant.
Jesus, no. Sorry.
Sigmar, no.
Skaven, I'm pretty sure she said cheeses. Cheeses! No!
By the horn trap. No.
Large round cheeses. Anyway.
No, that would be very inconvenient.
Right.
Well, you better get it out then. Start unwrapping.
It says, oh no, I've already got it in salves and creams, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, that's just smart.
Do me a favour.
Don't.
Don't tell the other patient.
Don't.
Please, for me,
He
as
says,
a favour, after this great disappointment, please let
He'll,
him think
he'll
of-
still bang you if you want him to.
no, but
Garrett, don't be
just,
so uncouth. We're not talking about banging.
just
It's a medical
for me.
procedure.
Yeah, just make him think that that's needed, just for a little moment.
He says, well, depends who it is. Who is it?
He's just a guy.
As he then gets introduced to the good Baron of Rupert's rank. Yeah, no. Right, what's the nature of your... Oh, I can feel it from here. Your guts out.
Yeah, I've taken a little wound.
He says, right, let's have a look at it. And he goes, oh, fucking hell, that's a big one.
Then I'll show him the wound. If we're gonna do all this, yeah. If we're gonna do all this innuendos,
Humor in game.
That's not an innuendo. That's
it's a penis.
You're right,
it's
no.
about to be.
As he goes, right then, no, that's just, that's a casting. He says, are you ready?
Elric is glued to watching this. That's why he wants to be
It
there in
says-
the first place.
And then he turns around and he
I'll
goes,
take
"Why are you
notes.
taking your top off?"
No,
he's watching
no,
for the-
My top is firmly on.
Just making sure.
My trousers are off.
Wait,
Winnie the Pooh.
Alexander's getting naked.
Why is the elf getting naked?
It's,
you know what?
it's an elf thing.
We were told something. I think it might have been different to what is actually happening. I am immensely relieved. If you just continue.
Aye, I've got a feeling someone's been pulling you off there.
Don't.
Here we go. As you see his hands twist, and from him in particular, a great drawing of Gyron slips through his body as he begins to glow through all of his, not that you know it, but it's his lymphatic system in particular that they're after. And it begins to pick out all of the drainage points throughout him, glows green to you. As he pulls on it and starts twisting it in his hand, doing a significant channeling before he goes, but the channeling is using only what's in him.
Okay.
He's not using anything extra or drawing on the winds. He's drawing on what's naturally already there, which means that what he's got is relatively weak. And then he twists it and turns it and then begins to build, using his channeling, a representation of him. As he begins to pull it and pulls it back, and you can see, because you can see Gyron, no one else is seeing this, as almost a mini version of Gerhardt begins to form, as he then starts weaving parts of Gyron through the gut on that form, and then he looks over at him, and then moves back, and then he starts to channel properly. As he grounds his feet firmly into the ground, and it starts moving up his legs, and spilling through his body, as he then builds all of the power into that, taking what was already from him and significantly embellishing that. And then he casts the spell with the words of magic. As he pushes it forward. Now, thankfully you're a man, so this won't sound quite as odd. You're really wet. As water splashes over you, tip to toe, and your hair goes wet. Your arms feel slick with sweat. It's an odd feeling because it's not like you've immersed yourself in anything. And it's sort of half sinking into your clothes. You don't even have any of the, oh, you're filled with Gyron. Oh, it's going to, no effects on you at all. And your gut, it begins to swim as it twists and it turns and it begins to itch, and then all of the stitches start to break, burst as you feel pushing and movement as he, don't fuck it up. And he did say, don't fuck it up. Is he looking at you?
Nothing instills confidence in a mage like that.
And then he stops again as he finishes his spell, requiring a channeling afterwards. As he goes, right, you can take a look at your wound now. I'm hoping it's mostly closed. And indeed, wicked scar right across your belly. And it's got almost vein-like growths coming out the edge of it. It's also in the middle, ever so slightly green. And he looks at, that'll fade.
Okay.
He says, that'll
alright.
fade, not the scar. He says, the green bit.
I'll do a standard medicine check, just
Yep, do yourself a test, please.
Can I walk there? Yeah.
1 success plus 2, so 3 successes.
Yeah, he had a pre-prepared spell. He literally pre-prepared. All you need to do is smear it on. Job done. And the leg, he says, about a day.
Fabulous. Thank you
But
so
don't,
much.
don't walk in it much. He says you can walk in it now, but it'll be about a day. It'll be strong. Not as strong as it was. A break always leaves it a bit weaker. If you want to get it proper strong, give it lots of little breaks. That'll build up the bone. So kick a wall.
Oh,
He
okay.
says, but not till the day's passed. You know, kick a wall every day about 50 times. After about a year, it'll almost be as strong as it was. you'll have a pretty sore knee and leg for most of that time.
Thank you.
You should be done.
Yep, thank you.
Anyone else
Seems
need
good.
anything?
I have a headache.
Let me see you. But maybe if you put your clothes on.
This could be a chill.
Fine. I'll still have a headache.
A cooling wash goes right through you, Tate of Gordon, as your head clears. Almost for the first time since the first time since the explosion. You feel good, actually. Lose 1 stress.
Oh,
Oh, nice.
What did he do there? That looked easy.
It was a very simple spell. You've heard it. You could try and copy it down. Problem is, you don't know what all of the process of the channeling is that leads up to it. But you've seen it once.
Yeah.
It's all a process.
Could you
Write that down in your secret little one.
oh, thank you. I feel much better. I will put my clothes back on now.
You receive a squire.
Crikey.
Yeah.
Take that off the list.
Crikey indeed. Yeah, squire.
What's their
No,
name?
his name.
Could it be neither?
It's not.
Don't want
It's a
to
his.
assume.
It's a his. His name is Gerald.
The Badger.
Sadly, no. As amusing as that may be, Gerald is not the Badger.
Well, let's wait till we see him fight.
Well, yeah, you might dub him the Badger after you see him fight.
Yeah.
I dub the Sir Jerry Badger.
Gerald. And Gerald does. Oh, the name escapes me. Oh, the house that he's from. I can see it. It's right there.
Whereabouts is it?
Rivia?
It's down in Stirland. It's not Rivia. God,
Sorry.
damn it! Now that's ruined it completely in my head.
Yeah, that's all you're going to hear now.
There's Flensburg. It's just above Flensburg. I'll bring you the name afterwards because I've had a brain fart at the end of the evening.
Don't worry. Ed will remember it.
How would I remember? I've never heard it once. It's
Nothing like
impossible.
putting him on the spot and watching him panic. So he arrives with all of your various accoutrements that have been sent over by the now, shall we say, deeply political and messed up Knights Panther, who have yet to appoint their new Grand Master and are currently bickering like mad as they await for various members from across the order to arrive back in Middenheim. They have someone who is working as Grand Master from Middenheim. He's effectively the most senior, and he is acting as that, but he is not the Grand Master. And various members will be coming back, and if they take the job on, they'll be staying. Which means certain members of the order will not
No.
either come back or indeed take the job because they have other concerns elsewhere. Some of them, after all, are so rich, they have no desire to be less rich.
Yeah.
And the best way to ensure their richness is maybe become Grand Master. Yeah, that's going to happen with at least one of them.
Yeah. I've only been a member for 5 days and I broke them already. Oops.
Your
Ed
chap
broke them.
has been in the order for a lot longer than you.
Handy.
Yeah, a full year and a half.
Oh, bless.
Quite. And at the ripe old age of 17, he has been training with the Knights for a year and a half and is only at weapon skill 112.
Oh, that's good.
Somebody to spar with finally.
Yeah, he's-
Yeah.
He's
I was worried I had
There's our
something.
human shield.
Hurt me.
Get
I
him
bet,
in full
I
armor.
bet he's got a
You've had a
breastplate
lot of
too.
broken arms. You've had a lot of broken arms.
Yeah.
It's hard to.
Yeah, damn it.
as he comes down with all of your various trappings of war, and prepares to effectively be your, and then he sees you. And that pretty much is
Okay.
how he acts around you for the rest of the day. Anyone else in the room? He's like, sees you.
Is it because your leg is smeared in jizz?
Yeah.
Jizz cream.
Jizz cream.
Special jizz cream
Yeah.
with herbs in it.
Yeah, it's what lavender.
There's a book called The Natural Harvest. Hang on a minute.
He didn't say it was his
No,
fault.
that's great.
He didn't know. It could have been
You
from
just said it
What?
required
Yeah,
jizz.
yeah.
Yeah.
Could have been
from
a
a
deer.
dog or a deer. Yeah, quite.
Get on Amazon.
Yeah, the
Why
seed
would
of
that
a
be
deer.
better?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't say it would be. Could be from a unicorn. Anyway, he arrives and he speaks only when he's spoken to. Very much like this. Yes, and if you require anything else, I'll give it for you, Mum. Yes, tonight. Yes, Mum. Yes, tonight. Yes, tonight. Yes, tonight. Yes, Mum. Yes, tonight. And that is about the extent of his conversational capabilities around you. When you're not in the room, he relaxes significantly. He's clearly either terrified of you, utterly overcome by you, overwhelmed certainly, but whatever it is,
How tall is he?
a whole 5'8".
Oh, bless.
Giant.
Dinky.
Does he, when she's not in the room and he speaks, is it less annoying than that?
I can't say that it's much less annoying.
Oh, no.
It's certainly a little bit on the higher edge.
Let's get him killed.
Yeah.
So harsh, poor Squire.
So
Yeah, how many forms I have to
Henchmen
fill in
suck.
if I have to replace a squire?
Except for when I get a henchman. When I get a henchman, anything.
Isn't Gerhard your henchman?
What?
His wizard's apprentice.
No.
So, the following day,
That's a too complicated relationship.
the
You're
following
not my
day,
employer anymore.
you have got your also special novitiate. You have got your also special squire. You have also received medical attention, which was significantly less intimate than some expected. To the disappointment of some and the great relief of others.
I'm more disappointed that
Yeah, I gathered. Which then leaves us in a position where we can indeed go down. But I do have just a general question. When you plan to go down, do you intend to try and bring anyone else with you? Which is, I think, a relatively important question. Not just because that will change the composition of those who go down, but also how are you going to deal with the potential conversations that may be coming from our beastman preference over there.
So Elric would have liked to ask Valera, but there's absolute no way she's dealing with Skaven or even not attacking them on site, considering they attacked her forge.
Yeah.
yes, yeah.
So he'll just have to tell her that he will be away for
Going
a
down
couple of
into
days.
On the Graf's business.
On the Graf's business.
But you could ask for her advice.
Oh yeah, ask for any runes.
Don't
that she could
die.
maybe-
That's your
Any-
advice?
Any runes that she could.
She just looks at you. What have you done to earn her fine work?
uh,
Kingsbeg.
Daggers.
15 of them.
Daggers!
15 serviceable daggers.
Good. She hasn't got any real hints or tips that would be of any use because, well, you're human. You're going underground. Other than don't die. It is relatively blunt, but that's where she'll sit. Anyone have any other potential considerations?
I'm debating whether to leave the squire behind.
It's a good debate and possibly one that should be.
I mean, because I obviously will be taking my novitiate with us.
But she's a cartographer.
Yeah, exactly. But if things go really bad, my gut was to tell her to follow the back. It might be useful if you had an escort.
Yeah, good shout.
Someone who's also really good at combat, as it turns out.
Yeah.
Well,
They
if
could have their own little side screens.
They
Yeah.
could-
I might
Yeah.
have to brief him then.
Yeah, well, he could essentially be her bodyguard because she's presumably not going to be much
Yeah.
good. But
Yeah,
if she's
she-
a cartographer,
that's
we
very
might
much
need
what-
her
yeah.
to get back out.
Yeah,
she
exactly.
might. So yeah,
Yeah.
he could have his own little side quest.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's going to need training on the fighting side of yeah.
I can help her with that.
Do we know the mechanics of the one question a day thing going on at the moment?
And there is not one question a day. It's just
One
it comes
session.
One
randomly.
per the-
There is no mechanic. It's just
Yeah.
literally random. In terms of what we know, it's one per session. But sessions
Yeah.
could be anything from a month to an hour.
Yeah,
Yes.
like we've
Well,
been like 5 days.
But-
Yeah,
this
yeah,
session.
totally.
What I mean
Which is why we
do
might
we
want to
know
stall
the-
this day.
Yeah. Do we know the fact that we have to ask Leopold a question to do that?
yeah.
And we
You're
As
quite
characters.
aware that he responds to questions randomly.
okay.
But
Yeah.
it doesn't work if he asks a question.
Yeah.
It doesn't. He never responds to Alamena's
Yeah,
questions.
I don't ask him anything because like, what do I need to know from a
But
But
priest?
occasionally,
What
occasionally
you want
you've
for
said a
breakfast.
thing and someone else has echoed it
Yeah.
back at you, and then that's
Yeah,
triggered
it has.
enough that I think we've worked that out.
Well, if that's the case, then if we can pause a day.
Well, it's not a date
Maybe you
session.
wouldn't know.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, you literally wouldn't know.
That's
Yeah.
literally. I'm just putting a thing out my ass and thinking that it would be a day.
Yeah, but
Well, no, I
Um,
mean, like depending what the question is, it may come up in my side stream. Who knows?
yeah.
That has happened in the past.
Well, where's the halfling pillberry in the sea?
I mean,
That's
I'm
the
not sure I'd
question.
want to use my oracle talent on that
Well,
question.
it doesn't matter. Just isn't it? We ask a question and it goes
Yeah,
off.
I have to choose to do the maneuver. Though.
Well, yeah, but
It is indeed Andy's call. It's his
Okay,
talent.
good.
Unless
Yeah.
I
So we can
impose
just ask
it.
you inane questions.
Andy can
What's your
impose it
favourite
on me,
colour?
and if
Yeah,
Andy
totally.
imposes it on me, it doesn't count towards my limit, and it always
Correct.
counts as a crit.
oh, does it? Wow,
Yeah.
that's good. Okay, well, yeah,
It's been a while since it's imposed, but also like other things may happen as well.
yeah.
Correct.
Like a
Yes.
big
Ume will
booming
do
voice.
something. Probably she'll disappear from the group at some point, and I don't know. We could talk about it.
Sounds
This
good.
is
An
why
element
you
of
got
like-
missing.
I mean,
Do you mean
do you want to
potentially
come to the Temple of Sigmar
about
with me
the-
for my side stream, or
Maybe.
just if she's curious about the Ronaldin, I could actually take her with me to the
Totally.
temple to
If you wish
to
to do
chat
so.
to
So,
Werner.
I think that gives us a pretty strong idea of what's happening. And what's happening is we're going underground. Going underground.
Dun, dun, dun.
But before we go underground, there'll be a couple of little cheeky side streams as you potentially gather or don't gather some extra support. And that, as disappointing or as relieving as it may be, that Jade Wizard was actually really useful. And having the support of Boris Toddbringer turns out to be, in turn, really useful. So, with that all done, I think next week we're going underground. So with that in mind, going underground!